I call to order this special meeting of the Township Committee of the Township of Morris this Monday, March 9th, 2026. The time is now 6:02 p.m. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, and adequate notice of this meeting has been provided as required by law. Specifically, notice of this meeting was emailed to the Daily Record, the Morris Newsbee, and the Star Ledger on February 27th, 2026, and posted on the Township of Morris website. The agenda and resolutions for the meeting are available on morristwp.com. Under the Agenda Center, certain portions of this meeting may be closed to the public for the purpose of personnel and/or other matters as outlined in the Sunshine Law. Notice to members of the governing body and the township staff. Any use of electronic devices during this meeting shall be used solely for the purpose of township business, and any communications are subject to the Open Public Records Act. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Gazelle.
Here.
Mr. Ravitz.
Here.
Mr. Janata.
Here.
Mayor Griglia.
Here. I just want to make one more announcement that to anybody coming in, the room behind us, there's seating and the TV screens are in there. So you're hearing and seeing everything that's happening in this room. There are some empty seats up here in the front two rows. We do have to be able to get in and out though, and the door has to remain open. Thank you. At this time, if you're able, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's meat to it.
Thank you. And when we get to the part when you want to come up to speak at the podium, if you haven't signed in, just sign in if you speak so that we have a record of everybody who approaches the podium. We take notes here as well, but if you sign in, we have that as well. Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate the time residents have taken to attend this special meeting of the Township Committee. This evening's meeting is focused on the township's fourth round affordable housing obligations and several ordinances that would establish zoning overlays associated with the specific affordable housing projects. Before we begin, I want to briefly explain and review how tonight's meeting will proceed so everyone understands the process and everyone has an opportunity to participate. First, earlier on the agenda, the Township Committee will consider several administrative resolutions related to the fourth round process. These are required by state law and establish certain procedural and compliance measures, but they do not involve the zoning or approval of any individual development site. Our affordable housing attorney, Steve Warner, and our township planner, Elizabeth Laney, will give an overall presentation on the township's fourth round affordable housing plan. The purpose of the presentation is to provide context and to address many of the questions you have regarding the township's obligations and how the proposed ordinances fit within the broader plan. Following that, the committee will move to the individual ordinances, each of which relates to a specific zoning overlay tied to our particular project. Each ordinance will have its own public meeting. For each ordinance, the process will be as follows. The township planner will provide an overview of the specific ordinance and project. Next, we'll open the public meeting hearing for that particular ordinance. Any member of the public who wishes to speak will have the opportunity to do so. To ensure that everybody has an opportunity to be heard, each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. During the hearing, the Township Committee and the Township's professionals will be listening carefully and taking notes. Once the public hearing for that particular ordinance is concluded, the township's professionals will respond to questions and comments that were raised to the extent possible before the committee proceeds to consider a vote on that particular ordinance. Because each ordinance is separate and must be considered individually, we ask that comments during the public hearing be limited to the ordinance currently under consideration. There will be an opportunity to speak during each hearing as it occurs. We also ask that everyone maintain decorum and respect throughout the meeting. Please address all comments to the governing body. We understand that this topic is important to so many of our residents, and we welcome your input, but we ask that everybody remain respectful so that we can conduct the meeting in an orderly manner. I also want to briefly explain the broader context for tonight's meeting. These ordinances are part of the township's fourth round affordable housing obligations under New Jersey law. Through the hard work of the Township Committee and our professional team, including our planner, attorney, and other advisors, we believe the proposed projects represent the most appropriate way for the township to fulfill its constitutional obligation to provide its fair share of affordable housing. This process is largely driven by state legislation and court requirements. Municipalities are required to comply with these mandates. If a municipality fails to adopt a compliant plan, it can become subject to what are known as builders' remedy lawsuits, which could allow developers to seek court-ordered projects with far less municipal control. Our goal has been to maintain as much local planning control as possible while meeting the requirements of the state. Finally, I just want to address the timing. The township is not rushing this process on its own accord. The state legislature has imposed a firm deadline requiring municipalities to adopt these measures by March 16th, with no extensions permitted. For that reason, we are holding this special meeting so the township can meet the state's deadline while also providing the public with a full opportunity to be heard. We appreciate everyone being here tonight, and we welcome your comments and participation as we proceed through the agenda. We do have 5 administrative resolutions on tonight's agenda related to affordable housing. These will be considered together and voted on by one motion. May I have a motion to approve resolutions 62-26 through 66-26?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Ravitz?
Yes.
Mr. Janata?
Yes.
Mr. Gazelle?
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Griglia?
Yes. Resolution 62-26 through 66-26 is approved. At this time, I will first ask our affordable housing attorney, Steve Warner, to address the legal notices provided for the public hearings on the affordable housing ordinances, as well as the legal process the township was required to undertake in connection with the fourth round affordable housing plan.
Mayor, before you get started, folks standing on the sides or in the back, there is seating and screens in the back, the adjacent room. So if you might want to make yourselves comfortable, what's happening here will be on the screens, so you don't have to stand. Sorry.
No, thank you, Committeeman Ravitz. Again, everything that's happening in this room is also on the screens right behind us, if you'd rather be sitting down. Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, the notice of the public hearings on these affordable housing ordinances was published in the Daily Record on February 22nd, and the ordinances themselves and the notices were posted on the website on February 19th, both of those dates being well more than the 10 days required by law for prior notice of this evening's meeting. In fact, they're almost twice the required notice time frame, and those notices went out immediately after the introduction of these ordinances on February 18th. Also, all 8 of the affordable housing ordinances that are on for adoption this evening were master plan consistency reviewed by the planning board on March 2nd, and each and every one of them was found unanimously by the planning board to be consistent with our township's master plan, and such report was made back to this township committee. Also, notice of the public hearings for each and every one of the affordable housing ordinances was provided to all affected property owners pursuant to section 62.1 of the municipal land use law, and sent at least 10 days prior to tonight by certified mail as required under that section of the municipal land use law. I believe some 1,000 or more personal notices were certified mailed to not only property owners within 200 feet of the perimeter of each and every one of these sites, but also within 200 feet of the perimeter of the broader existing zoning district within which each and every one of these sites and zones are, proposed inclusionary zones are located. Finally, with respect to notice, it's my understanding that the certified mail notice to property owners inadvertently referenced Wednesday, March 9, rather than Monday, March 9. However, it's my understanding that the notice posted on the website and published in the official newspaper of the township referenced Monday, March 9. And also, it's my opinion that since the date, March 9, was correct, the notice was sufficient to ensure that citizens interested in the ordinance would know the date, time, and place of the public hearings. And this inadvertent clerical deviation did not mislead any interested member of the public, and the township sufficiently complied with the Open Public Meetings Act. Parenthetically, I would observe that in light of the number of people present, both in this room, the room behind this room, and on the Zoom, I would submit that any argument, this would belie any argument to the contrary.
64 people are on Zoom as well.
Thank you. So that is all I wish to put on the record with respect to the notice of the public hearings. With respect to the process, it's been about a 2-year process. We're just shy of 2 years from March 20, 2024, when the Fair Housing Act was amended, and a new process was established for the 4th round for the benefit of members of the public. And I know we've done this before by way of explanation in town halls and planning board and governing body meetings, but the 4th round is a 10-year period. It started back on July 1, 2025, ends June 30th, 2035. And the amended act, which takes further the Mount Laurel Doctrine and the constitutional obligation that was recognized in the Mount Laurel 1 case now more than 50 years ago in 1975. That constitutional obligation, the amended act 2 years ago provided a process through the court system known as the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program, which essentially provided for what I refer to, maybe others do as well, as 2 phases. The first phase I refer to as the number phase, or the numbers phase. And back in the fall of 2024, the state, through the Department of Community Affairs, established our township's number, what's called our prospective need obligation, the number of affordable housing units we must satisfy for our 4th round 10-year period, at 571 units. Through the fall and spring of last year, we as a township were successful in reducing that number to our fair share, I would submit, from 571 to 375 affordable units, almost 200 units less, which would translate to approximately 1,000 total units less than what we might otherwise have been obligated to provide for, since for inclusionary developments, it's generally recognized that 20% is set aside for affordable, essentially a 4-to-1 relationship between market rate units and affordable units. and therefore that much higher number of about 1,000 units. That was a successful process by this township through that first phase, the numbers phase. The second phase began in earnest in June of 2025, this past year, when our planning board adopted and our township committee endorsed a housing element and fair share plan for the fourth round that was prepared by our professional planners. That plan was prepared in order to satisfy that 375 unit obligation. It was filed with the court back in June, and in August, the end of August in 2025, several developers challenged that plan. Fair Share Housing Center challenged that plan, and in fact, there were other developers that sought to be included in that plan in order to address, in part, our 375 unit obligation for the next 10 years. I'm pleased to also advise that throughout that process in the fall and the winter, we were successful in negotiating settlements and litigating successfully where we could not negotiate settlements in order to satisfy our obligation, which resulted in every one of the developers getting, respectfully to them, much less than they sought to achieve by way of development and densities of development. Also, some developers did not get in the plan, did not challenge us. One developer that did get in the plan, that did not get in the plan did challenge us. We litigated with that developer, and the program judge and ultimately the Mount Laurel judge sided with us, and that developer, whose development was found to be most undesirable, was excluded from, and we were upheld by the court in excluding that developer from our plan. A couple of, and in fact, on February 5th, we received from the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program judge an order that recommended that our plan be approved as almost exactly as drafted. I'll explain that in a moment. And approving the settlements and approving our exclusion of that one developer I mentioned. On February 24th, just, I guess not even 2 weeks ago, the Mount Laurel judge who presides over this vicinage in that regard approved and ordered our housing element and fair share plan as recommended by the program judge to proceed. Also ordered that we maintain and will maintain our immunity from builders' remedy lawsuits for the next 10 years, as long as we adopt the housing element and fair share plan, which our planning board did back on March 2nd, and our governing body this evening has endorsed that adoption. And as long as we adopt the ordinances necessary to implement, and the resolutions necessary to implement the fourth round affordable housing plan, fair share plan. That is what is before the governing body and before the public this evening. I just wanted to briefly, because I don't want to steal all of our professional planners' thunder, but I'm probably stealing some, address 3 or 4 points with respect to our fourth round plan overall. Number one, as she no doubt will explain in further detail, that 375 unit obligation for our township over the next 10 years, 203 of those 375 units are satisfied. That's more than 50%, well more than 50%, without requiring the construction of a single unit ever. And the reason I say that is we have 134 extensions of affordability controls, which extend the time frame by which existing affordable housing will remain affordable housing, and also 69 bonus credits. We maxed out, as they say, on the bonus credits. That's 203 out of 375 units. well more than 50% of our obligation, will not require the construction of a single unit in our township. As to the balance of those units, we did not proceed with a vacant land adjustment. That will be explained in further detail later, but the reason we did not have to do so was we lowered our number so sufficiently, and we were going to effectively have to have a certain number of developments and units such that it made sense for us to protect the township over the next 10 years by not having what's referred to as an unmet need. So that now, if we remain compliant with our plan, over the next 10 years, no developer can come in and say, you have an unmet need as a township, and therefore you must allow me to build, even if you are immune from builder's remedy lawsuits. Also, all but one of the inclusionary developments that are set forth for a public hearing this evening, all but one of them are on sites that either have or had existing structures on them. So they are effectively adaptive reuses of office buildings or other structures rather than vacant land. So I think those are a few points overall regarding the township's fourth round plan that are important for people to understand and remember when looking at the context of this process and the fact that virtually every township in the state of New Jersey is required to meet a constitutional obligation for its fair share of affordable housing over the next 10 years. I firmly believe this plan is the best plan, not only that this township, but I defy anyone to find a plan overall that was better for any other municipality in the state of New Jersey that had a constitutional obligation. That's my own personal opinion. Let me make that clear. Affordable housing, just so people understand the context, in our region, Region 2, which includes Morris, Union, Warren, and Essex counties, as an example, for a household of 4 persons, a low-income housing price for an affordable unit, owner-occupied unit, is over $67,000. For a moderate, that's over $108,000. And the rentals for 2 bedrooms are for moderate income, are $1,900 per unit. For a 3-bedroom rental, approximately $2,200 per unit. Point being that, for the most part, this is housing for workforce housing, it's sometimes referred to. The moderate income numbers are calculated based on 80% of the median or effectively average income of all of us in this region. Low income being 50%, very low being 30%. These are significant outlays of funds for owning even an affordable home and significant outlays of funds to rent an affordable apartment. So I hope that gives some context to the residents who need this housing and who would ultimately occupy this housing. And as always, in my opinion, I spoke more than I needed to or should have. So I'll stop and I'll defer back to our mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Appreciate it. Well done. At this time, I will turn this over to our township planner, Elizabeth Laney, who will provide an overview of the township's 4th round affordable housing plan.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Let me just bring this closer. So good evening. I'm Liz Laney, and I am the township planner. And I want to I'm a partner at Phillips Price. We're a planning and real estate consulting firm located in Hoboken. I have with me tonight Mr. Paul Phillips, who's my colleague and was the township planner for 15 years. Paul attempted to retire at the end of March, but remained on for Morris to help Morris navigate this 4th round affordable housing process. And Paul and I worked very closely over the last year with the other township professionals, including Steve Warner, the Planning Board and Affordable Housing Council, Joe Vooch, the Township Engineer, and Jared Cantor, Counsel to the Township Committee. And obviously, we worked very closely with the Township Administrator, Tim Quinn, who is our liaison to the Township Committee. I'm going to go through this presentation tonight, this PowerPoint that has been on the township website for the last few weeks and will remain on the township website. The mayor asked me to just sort of go through the presentation and explain, but if I go too quickly or you miss anything, it will be up on the website and you can review it at your own leisure. So I'm going to touch on a few things that Steve has already touched on. But, some background, that there was the Mount Laurel court decisions in the 70s, and then the Fair Housing Act in the 1980s. And since then, there have been several rounds of affordable housing. In each round, the state or a court assigned each municipality a number of affordable housing units that they had to provide within the time frame of the round. We are currently in the fourth round, as Mr. Warner mentioned, and that is runs essentially from July 1st of last year, 2025, and it will run through June 30th of 2035. So these are all the deadlines that we have had to meet. This was in March 2024, the legislature adopted an amended Fair Housing Act, and it set forth very strict schedule of deadlines for the fourth round. And failure to meet those deadlines meant potentially a township losing its immunity to builder's remedy lawsuits. So what is a builder's remedy lawsuit? That essentially is a suit brought against the township by a prospective developer, essentially accusing the township of not providing for its fair share of affordable housing units. In the event that that happens and the township is unsuccessful in defending itself, in essence, the township loses control over its zoning, and a developer can come in and provide affordable housing along with any other development at their densities of their choosing, heights of their choosing, locations of their choosing. So it's always in the township or any municipality's best interest to avoid a builder's remedy lawsuit. But as I said, there were very strict deadlines set out in the Fair Housing Act. And quite honestly, when the Fair Housing Act was adopted in March 2024, I thought there was absolutely no chance that these deadlines would ever be met. But here we are. And as are many, actually hundreds of other municipalities in New Jersey who are going through this process and having to meet these deadlines. So this is, and Steve also touched on this, this is sort of Morris Township's participation in the fourth round, and I'll try to kind of breeze through it because Steve talked about it. But in October 2024, the state said we had an obligation of 571. We countered by the January 31st, 2025 deadline that our obligation was 307. Objectors had until the end of February 2025 to object to our number, which we did. We had two objectors, Fair Share Housing Center and the New Jersey Builders Association. We then spent the month of March negotiating or mediating or having sessions in front of the program judge, mediating what our number is before arriving at an agreed upon obligation for the fourth round of 375 units. We then had between April 1st and essentially actually the end of May to come up with a fair share plan, just because the plan had to be noticed and given adequate time to be adopted by the planning board, endorsed by the township committee, and submitted to the court by June 30th, 2025. So it was a very accelerated schedule. We then had a few months off, and but the summer, there's a summer deadline, August 31st, 2025, when the deadline for entities to challenge our fair share plan. And as Steve mentioned, we had 3 entities challenge us. There were a couple of developers, as well as Fair Share Housing Center. We then spent September, October, November, really almost the bulk of December, going back and forth in front of the judge and the court-appointed special adjudicator to get to a settlement agreement, which was recommended by the program judge to the Mount Laurel judge. Mount Laurel judge just, a week or two ago, gave us an order approving our fair share plan and directing us essentially to adopt these implementing ordinances and adopt an amended housing element and fair share plan. And I think Steve noted that the planning board adopted that amended plan last week, and we're here tonight with regard to the implementing ordinances. So, as I indicated, we had to put together a fair share plan relatively quickly. And I think there are a couple things that were important to us. One was to maximize the bonuses that are available to municipalities with different project types. So because those bonuses are essentially free credits, you're not having to create additional units, you just are using bonus credits. We also were in favor of redevelopment of, and in this instance, there are 3 projects that we have that involve sort of, I don't want to call them failing office buildings, but office buildings that were experiencing vacancies and were sort of ripe for redevelopment. We also use special needs and supportive housing because the unit of credit is the bedroom and the bonus potential is 1-for-1. But probably the greatest portion of our plan was the extensions of affordability controls. And as Steve mentioned, this is extending the deed restrictions on existing affordable housing units that already are here in Morris. They're primarily projects from the prior round. It's at Rose Arbor, Village at Convent Station, Moore Estates, James Street, etc. And it was, if the property owners agreed to extend the affordability controls on their units, we were able to take a credit for that. And this was obviously quite beneficial to us because this did not involve any new construction. And we were able to really meet over 50% of our obligation without construction of new units, which is somewhat significant. Okay, so what we have here today are the implementing ordinances, which we will discuss in greater detail as part of each public hearing. The ordinances involves 4 Old Turnpike Road, which is a group home, 100 Southgate Parkway, 300 Madison Avenue, 291 James Street, 60 Columbia, 227 Sussex Avenue. We also have a redevelopment plan tonight that's an amended redevelopment plan. It's a 3rd round site, and the redevelopment plan was in our 3rd round plan. And this is amended for the site, but the site would still be used to meet our 3rd round obligation. And with that, I'm ready to turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And again, I hope everybody listening, you understand and heard the amount of effort and the hard work and the strict timeline everybody was under to try to get this done. Thank you very much. This evening, we have 8 ordinances scheduled for public hearing and adoption. Each ordinance will be read into the record separately, after which the public hearing will be opened for that particular ordinance. For each ordinance, we will first take comments from those that are present here in the room, followed by participants on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand to indicate that you would wish to speak. As a reminder, the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker per ordinance. Please limit your comments to the ordinance that's being under consideration. Administrator Quinn will notify you when there's 30 seconds before your time expires. After all ordinances have been heard and acted upon, there will be an additional 3-minute general public comment period for any township matters. Madam Clerk, please read the title of ordinance number 04-26 into the record.
04-26, amending Chapter 95, zoning of the Code of the Township of Morris by adding the MF TH/AH zone and adopting associated regulations, 60 Columbia Road, Block 9301, Lot 8.
Ms. Laney, you'll give a brief review of ordinance 04-26.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So as mentioned, this is 60 Columbia Road, Block 9301, Lot 8. It is 15.4 acres. It is currently improved with 2 office buildings and associated parking. It has frontage on 2 roads, or access on and frontage on 2 roads, Columbia and Whippany. It's surrounded to the west by the Bear office complex, to the east by the Morris Museum, to the northeast by the Holy Rood Cemetery, and further to the north by the Frelinghuysen Arboretum. Across the street, directly across the street, is the athletic complex. It's currently in the OL 15 zone, and it's proposed, as noted, to be in the MFTH/AH zone. It would permit on the 15.4 acres 382 units, including 300 multifamily units and 82 townhomes. Of the 382, 84 would be affordable. That's a 22% set aside. And because it is a redevelopment of an office building, we were, under the amended Fair Housing Act, able to take 42 bonus credits from this project.
Thank you very much. Once we open the public hearing, again, we'll begin with in-person people first. If you would approach the podium, we'll take you one at a time, and then after that, we will go to Zoom. Everyone on Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to speak. May I have a motion to open the public hearing on ordinance number 04-26?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this ordinance? And let's see, is there anyone on Zoom?
Nobody raised their hand.
No, we have one person.
Hi, I am Regina Gingrich. I live at 47 Columbia Road, which is right there. This road, I have no idea how you're going to add 130 some homes. There is no traffic light anywhere around here. With how much traffic that enters the sports complex, with the amount of buses that go through there, it's unreal. I do not know how you're going to have traffic, especially when the most dangerous road to cross right now in Morris Township is the road at Normandy Parkway and Columbia Road. So I don't know how you're going to add another traffic light in the middle of it for people to make left and rights out of their housing. I think it's adding of a lot of people into this area. Also, what's it going to do to the schools at Woodland? Because this is where Woodland School District, and it is a very small school as is. For the public schools, I want to know what you're thinking on this, because that is not a safe road to cross. There's no crosswalks. If you're adding people who are affordable housing and they don't have vehicles, okay, then where are they going to walk? There's no crosswalks anywhere, and you can't put crosswalks on state roads because Columbia Road is a state road. It's not a county road. So, and I know this because I live on there and I couldn't put a crosswalk on my, when we built our house, we couldn't put crosswalks in, or a sidewalk. So I just wanted to know what your specific planning was. If you're going to add all these people and you're thinking about their safety, how are they going to walk on that road? There's no crosswalks on either side. And for the traffic for coming in and out, it's just, I don't see it happening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here? I don't see any hands raised on Zoom on this particular ordinance.
Hi, my name is John Muschin. I live on 24 Laurel Lane. I actually have a question on another one, but I wanted to ask here. With the housing units you propose, is there a developer that actually has proposed those 382, or are you just doing it based on the size of the lot?
we're going to answer all the questions at the end, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
George DeMarco, I don't live near this one. I live near the one at Sussex Avenue, but some of my questions pertain to the fourth round in general. So specific to this location, who owns those buildings? Are they compelled to sell them to you? Or is it eminent domain that you just take them for this developmental purpose? And the other question I have is, we mentioned a couple of times set-asides. I noticed that nearly all of the locations for this development have a set-aside that's 20% or very close to 20%. How did that number come up? And a related question is, if we, by virtue of Mount Laurel, have to provide a certain number of low-income homes, why don't we just build the homes? Why are we building 5 times as many homes? Because that's what you get with that 20% ratio. That's my question.
Thank you. If there's not anyone else in the room that would like to speak, we will take PR on Zoom.
My name is I'm curious to know if there's been any studies done for traffic, because I believe that there's often major car accidents between Columbia and Normandy right over there at that traffic light. So I'd like to know what's going to be done to keep those people safe.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, no other hands up on Zoom, Ms. Laney, or would you? Oh, I thought we're answering the questions. After we close the public. Okay.
I move we close public hearing on 04-26.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we'll answer the questions on this particular site first.
All right, I'll start. I understand the concerns about traffic. I understand the concerns about schools. In New Jersey, we have a constitutional mandate to provide affordable housing, and the courts, and I defer to my more learned attorneys on the dais and at the table next to me. But the courts have repeatedly held that these cannot be impacts that mitigate or prevent a municipality from having to provide affordable housing. In other words, the traffic impacts, the impacts on the school and other infrastructure is not a consideration towards lowering our obligation.
And that's everybody, not just the township. That's everybody.
I think it's important to clarify.
Mr. Cantor,
The last resident who spoke, and I think this is important.
everyone,
The township isn't building any of these projects or doesn't own any of this land. This is all developer driven and affordable housing driven. So the comment, why are we using eminent domain to buy these or sell these? We're not buying or selling anything. This is all private entities. And the 20% set aside is actually statutory. Every development in town that goes up over, I think it's 12 units, has to have a 20% set aside of affordable. So that's statutorily driven, has to be at least 20%. And typically, what we've heard to make these projects financially feasible, they build them at the 4 to 1 ratio, the 20% ratio, which makes sense. I think that's how they came up with that number, and that's the number that's in the statute. So all that is predetermined by the state legislature. Sorry, Liz, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
I just think that was important.
If I can add as well, as Affordable Housing Council, I concur both with Ms. Laney and Mr. Cantor with respect to traffic in schools. That is the constitutional mandate and now a legislative mandate as well for all municipalities that we are governed and restricted by. None of these sites, and to be specific, the Columbia Road site individually, these are developer-driven, they're owned. The owner of the office buildings and the site I believe this is and please correct me if I'm wrong, my colleagues, but this is with the consent of the owner, the developer contract purchaser would be developing this. None of these sites involve eminent domain. None of these sites involve the township purchasing the sites or the buildings. Mr. Cantor is correct with respect to the minimum 20% set aside. I think one of the questions was, how did we get 22% here on this one? And frankly, you negotiate as best you can. You get as high as you can, where and when you can. I believe it was primarily as a result of the density, the number of units on this site, which was also ultimately agreed to because of the location of the site and the fact that it is topography, if I recall correctly, is almost like a bowl, so that the site was determined by planners to be able to accommodate more units than might otherwise if it were a flat or a bermed surface or topography. But specifically the 22% was ultimately negotiated vis-a-vis the developer, purchaser, and the township. If we could have gotten more than 22%, we would have.
And
As
go
far
ahead.
as the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I
I
was
thought
just
you were
going to say,
done.
as far as the, why can't everything be 100% affordable? There is one project that's 100% affordable that's not related to our fourth round plan that many in the municipality are familiar with. But in order to get a 100% affordable project, among other things, you need the land. In that particular case that I'm referring to, that's not part of this fourth round plan. We got that land for $1. This land, none of this land would we get for $1 or anywhere near close to it. You would also need a 100% affordable housing developer. You'd also need what's referred to as low-income housing tax credits, which are very competitive to obtain if you can ever obtain them. And if you don't obtain them, the township bonds for the tens, if not more, of millions of dollars that we would be on the hook for, that we as residents would have to pay, along for the millions of dollars that the land would cost. So unless we had somebody to give it to us, which we don't. So those are good ideas. Those are ideas that are not lost on anyone here. Those are ideas that are pursued by everyone here, where they're possible. But where they're not possible, we can't do it. And like everything else in life, the pluses have the minuses associated with them. Benefits have costs realistically. And they were, with respect to 100% affordable, we got one that we could do. We couldn't get any here.
Thank you. And
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Committeeman
sorry.
Green, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I apologize to the community that I'm not there in person. I had a pre-scheduled trip planned when we had to schedule this special meeting, so I apologize for not being there in person. But Mr. Warner, just to clarify further, the property on Old Turnpike Road is 100% affordable, even though it's a very small project and it's purchased by the municipality, correct?
Thank you, Councilman, and I apologize for that. Thank you for pointing that out.
It wasn't
I think
purchased,
It wasn't.
sold by the municipality.
I'm sorry?
It was sold by the municipality. not
Oh, that's
by the-
correct, okay. So I was wrong when I thought I was incorrect. I was actually mistaken. But yes, okay, so I was correct, but that's still a good point. We did sell that property. We had it at one time, but not anymore. But it is supportive housing, and we do get, I think we have 5 bedrooms and 10 credits, if I'm not mistaken.
And it is 100% affordable.
Well, supportive housing, so in essence, yes,
Yeah.
there's no market rate component, correct?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you. So I just want to address, if I can, there were a couple of questions about traffic, and I know it was addressed by other professionals. What I will say is that if this ordinance is ultimately adopted, and at some point in the future, a developer comes forward with a site plan application before the planning board, they will be required to do traffic studies. at that time. And one of the things that in selecting this site for this development, which was attractive to us, was there's two means of access, both from arterial roadways. And I think a member of the public indicated that there was no traffic light at this intersection, which is correct. And a determination as to whether there's a warrant or will be a warrant for traffic
to be
light
there.
at either of those roadways will come up during the site plan application. And depending upon whether or not there's a warrant, there could be a signalized intersection, a new signalized intersection on one or both of those roadways, but that will be determined later on. I think another member of the public asked about, accommodation for pedestrians, which is an absolutely legitimate community concern. That is also an issue if this ordinance is adopted and there's a development plan filed at some point in the future. That's another issue that will be addressed properly at the totally legitimate issues, but would be addressed at site plan application. I think a gentleman asked whether or not there was a development proposal for this site, and there was. It's not the owner of the office building. There is a contract purchaser who presented a concept plan, which was basically discussed and debated with the township professionals and the township administrator. And there is no contemplated use of eminent domain. I think that was one of the questions on this site. This would strictly put in place zoning, and the township basically would only respond to an application for development if that is made. It's taking no other affirmative actions vis-a-vis this rezoning.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I will, I promise we'll end this so we can proceed with other hearings, but Mr. Phillips makes an excellent point that I apologize for neglecting to mention earlier, and it has global application to all of these sites and all these hearings, and that is that this is the zoning stage.
Right.
And if and when there are developments that proceed under this zoning for each and every one of these ordinances, there will be a site plan application at a minimum. It will be before the planning board, of which I have the privilege of serving as the planning board attorney. And there will be public hearings and a hearing process and a full application process that will take several months, if not longer, for each. So, and that applies, I believe, to each of these applications, most, if not all of them. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. And I just wanted to say to the resident too, on the sidewalks, crosswalks, same thing. Once these projects come before the planning board and once they're in place, anyone who lives in town knows what we've been putting in more sidewalks. It's a big discussion, more connectivity, better crosswalks. We're doing all kinds of traffic calming. So on all these, that will pertain when we get to that piece of it. Those questions will be discussed, answered there, and ultimately, probably a lot of those will be put in. This is just, we're not at that phase yet. Any other comments from anybody on the dais?
Yeah, yes, Mayor, thank you. Just real quickly, I want the public to understand that the governing body, planning board, our township professionals, one of the things that we strive to do in visioning the future of the township, so we leave the township in good hands when we all move on, is to distribute the high-density housing all throughout the town. And within the high-density housing, we distribute the low and moderate income units. So we don't segregate the units to one area, as some towns might do. We don't segregate them within the community. We integrate them. And I think that that's when we see the developer plans coming to the planning board, we're going to see that realized in writing. So I just wanted to make that point known.
Thank you, Committeeman Ravitz. And Sarah Shulkin, I see you on Zoom, but we have closed the public hearing on this ordinance. So I see your hand up. I'm not ignoring you. You will be able to speak on the next or any of the other ordinances as well as at the end. Seeing no other questions or discussions, may I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 04-26?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ravitz.
Yes.
Mr. Janata.
Yes.
Mr. Gazelle.
Yes.
Mayor Griglia.
Yes. I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 04-26 approved and adopted, and direct the township clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the township website or as otherwise required by law. Madam Clerk, please read the title of ordinance 05-26 into the record.
05-26, amending Chapter 95, zoning of the Code of the Township of Morris by adding the TH8 AH2 zone and adopting associated regulations 221A/227 Sussex Ave, Block 601, Lot 16, and Lot 18.
Ms. Laney, will you give a brief overview of ordinance number 05-26?
Sure, Mayor. This is 227 Sussex Avenue, Block 601, Lot 16, and a portion of Lot 18. This is a 21.5 acre portion of the 66 acre Rabbinical College campus. You've got single family neighborhoods to the east and to the south. To the west is Streeter's Pool, Patriots Path to the north. Its existing zone is OSGU for Lot 18 and RA 15 for Lot 16. As noted, its proposed zone TH-8-AH, which would permit up to 175 townhomes on that 21.5 acre portion with 35 affordable housing units, which is a 20% set aside.
Thank you. May I have a motion to open the public hearing on ordinance number 05-26?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to approach the podium? And if you don't, you're welcome to get up, but if you want to sit, I won't go on until I keep asking. So if you'd rather stay seated until you approach the podium. Okay, if we quiet, please, so the first resident can speak.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Hermid.
Can you go closer to the mic?
Sure. I'm Andrea Hermid. I live at 18 Rambling Woods Drive, so I'm that little cul-de-sac there. I can't hear me. I'm sorry. I live on 18 Rambling Woods Drive. That's that little U that's adjacent to where it's being built. I think this is the only unit, affordable housing that will be built. And there'll be 174 houses built right there next to what would be our little single-family homes. Right now, that's the top, very top of the hill, if you will. So everything else goes downhill, including Patriots Path, Streeter Pool, and then all of my neighbors are homes that already get water. And I know they did an environmental adjustment plan, but I can't see how it's not going to flood. I walk Patriots Path every day, weather permitting, and if it rains a little bit, it floods. So I'm not sure how building 174 units is going to prevent that. And I know as a community, we all love having our walking paths and such. And we also worry about traffic. I mean, that little U there is adjacent to Lake Valley. And Lake Valley does get a considerable amount of traffic, and there's a lot of speeding. I have 2 children. There's a lot of kids on our little street. They all play outside, and it's going to be, to have that much more traffic in the neighborhood is not going to be great for anybody, especially all the people that walk everywhere. So I think that really needs to be taken into consideration as we're thinking this through. I had a couple other notes. Sorry. And those were all the notes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Piermont. I'm her neighbor at 14 Rambling Woods Drive. And I joined some of her concerns, but I have other concerns as well. When the environmental study was done, were they aware that there's a huge amount of radon in this area? When I bought my house, I was a second owner, I bought it in 1978. They didn't do radon inspections back then. When I did the radon inspection, my picocuries per liter in the basement were over 300. Fortunately, I don't get water because I'm almost at the top of the hill. The house below us get water and radon. And I had to close my basement sump pump holes, close French drains, and I'm concerned about the water that will run off even further because of construction up here. I know the Rabbinical Hotel owns that property. Is this property being built by them? Because I know when they built on Tikva Way for their married students and faculty, part of that was allowed for low-income affordable housing. Why can't you build closer to Tikva Way instead of up behind us? Or why can't, I assume they're never going to finish Route 24 beyond where it's now as a superhighway. Why don't you take the right-of-way behind Lake Road and build there? That's flat area, not a heavily wooded slope that's going to affect our houses with flooding. And they're going to have radon. I know radon comes straight up. I'm not worried about increased radon on my house. I'm also very concerned that the house next to us at 12 Rambling Woods Drive has a small beginning of a street next to them. When the housing on our street, the 16 houses were built, they thought possibly continuing up into the street or property, the 60 acres before it was bought by the Rabbinical College. Thank you. And when that was done, no continuation of the road was ever done. So ours is a U-shaped street with the only property, the traffic on the 16 houses that live there. I want to know if you're going to give access into that property, if it is built through our street, or if that will continue to be shut off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Weiss, and I live on 19 Old Drive, which is on the other side of Sussex, right here. And I'm very, very familiar with this property. I'm not here to debate whether there should be affordable housing or not affordable housing. This property was zoned as wetlands. We were not given the right of notification when it was rezoned. Maybe it was in some newspaper or something, but we certainly didn't get certified letters like we did now. It was zoned as wetlands for a good reason. That Tikva Way area is full of water. They've had to replace floors in those apartments and full of mold. The rest of the property is a hill going up down to like a river below. If they remove those trees and build housing, the water drainage issues that will affect those houses directly below, and I believe our houses on the other side of Sussex, will be also dramatically affected. And I know this meeting is just about affordable housing, but I do think you should consider the impact in the environment and the people who live there. My other question is, with the traffic, like other people have brought up, the increased traffic, 175 units, that's a lot of extra cars. Are you planning on expanding Sussex? I live right on Sussex. I have that question of eminent domain. Is the township going to take my property to expand the road to make for these, traffic? So that's a big question. Yeah, water, the trees are going to go and the hill is not going to be able to support the water that comes. We already get a ton of water.
Thank you.
And I'm on the other side.
Yep.
My name is Alan English. I live at 12 Rambling Wood Drive, which is the property Jack just referred to. I share the comments you've already heard about density, effect on water tables and schools. And I appreciate the comments you already made on that regarding the other ordinance. Some of that, I appreciate the tight position the township is in. My specific questions for this particular ordinance, though, are on this map, we still see a green buffer between the rezoned property and the neighborhood to the right. Is that going to remain, and is that going to stay undeveloped? And the second question, specific to what Jack referred to, is will the access to this bigger property be off of Sussex or do you anticipate extending that road to allow access from that grade? And the comment I would make is that would seriously change the nature of the neighborhood over here, which is a very quiet, low traffic, kids playing in the street kind of neighborhood. And so, well, those are my two questions. Does the buffer stay? Is there any access off of Rambling Woods? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tolga Taneli at, you guessed it, 11 Rambling Woods Drive here. That is a horseshoe-shaped street. First, I'd like to thank, really frankly, the efforts of the township's attorney, planning person, really everybody on the board here for the tremendous effort that you've shared with us that went into how much you considered the impact of these projects. I became aware of the rezoning plan by way of certified mail from the township because I'm on adjacent property. Thank you. I accept that I'm late to the party, and I don't expect to influence, state-imposed decisions here. These are 16 houses. I'm just going to elaborate a little bit on my neighbors. I know everybody's name. We've lived there kind of fairly closely in a tight, close community, and there are presently 9 children on this block that are under the age of 12. So it is effectively a playground, and this little nub here that extends into this property is a concern for all of us for the really safety and enjoyment of those children. The tax map seems to show Lot 18 to extend to all of these woodlands. And by the way, this appears to be kind of the project with the most loss of woodlands. My sump pump runs every day of the year. This is not seasonal. This is not storm water. So we appear to be sitting on water that eventually goes into the Whippany River. Like my neighbors, I'm very concerned that the loss of permeable ground and woods here will cause significant water issues. Other than the sump pump, I have wet ground at portions of the year. So these are some thoughts. Yes, Sussex Avenue is kind of the single artery that feeds the town and all of the schools except on the other side, of course, Frelinghuysen. So these are some of the thoughts I have. We are losing essentially open space in doing so. And I'd like to find out what the town will propose at the planning stage to in terms of concessions from the developers or concessions from the town in their negotiations to make this plan successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Charles Mayo at 3 Rambling Woods Drive. And I agree with my neighbors. I also am concerned about quality of life. We love our community, and it's a very nice community where everyone loves each other, and the kids out there have a great time. And our street is a playground for our kids. And I don't think we should, that amount of units and that amount of traffic, I don't know if any of you have ever gone down Sussex Avenue.
Every day.
And you know how Sussex Avenue can be. Add 175 units with lots of vehicles and people, it could be a problem. And I can foresee it becoming a problem. And I agree with them about the water issues, because we've had water issues in the past. But I don't want to increase it, by this construction. And the one main concern I have, if you do all that and that water comes down, what happens to our property values?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dory Paul. I live at 25 Lake Valley Road, like right there. I've been here 35 years. And the one thing that I always loved about Morris Township was the care that the community and the government, took to make sure that we didn't become overdeveloped. And this one thing right here, this development, right in front of a very small amount of homes, is really going to change the fabric of our community. It seems to me like this is a done deal, that we're all here expressing upsetness, but I don't know that anything's going to happen other than we've expressed our frustration. But the question is, why does it have to be here? Why are we taking such a large unit? I don't understand it. It will affect all of us. Sussex Avenue is a nightmare of traffic, morning and afternoon. I live on Lake Valley. I just don't understand how you guys could approve this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
How you doing? I'm Scott Gibney. I live at 17 Knollwood Drive. My property backs up to Sussex Turnpike. I agree with everything the other speakers were saying here tonight. The land here is at the peak of the mountain there, or the hill that is Sussex Turnpike, and removing all of the trees there that hold the roots and the water system together will be detrimental to the water system for all of the property owners in the area. I think it's also worth noting that of all of the ordinances here tonight, this is the only one that requires the demolition of the wetlands and new construction. There is currently a very small road that maybe leads to the entrance of this property that is not exactly easily accessible, and cars coming out of that will get in an accident when people come to the peak of that hill or around the turn going up towards town. I know that all of this needs to be considered when they put their build property thing together, but I really just, I'm concerned for the children in the neighborhood. I have 2 children under 7, and, with all the traffic that's already there on Sussex Turnpike, all the construction vehicles that are going to be in and out of the neighborhood and building up the, traffic on that turnpike and on Lake Valley Road and on Lakeview, all of those areas are going to be built up with construction vehicles. I imagine the Lakeview school field where we all play baseball in the spring, use that for parking for the construction vehicles. I just see a mass confusion happening, and not to mention the noise, right? There's nothing to diffuse that, and you're going to be taking down some trees on Sussex that actually take up the natural hedge. So all very concerning with the noise there.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. John Petracco, 2 Cadena Road. And my first concern when I came here was going to be the traffic, which has been really well expressed. But before I came here, I was listening via Zoom, and one of the things that the council seemed to be proud of is that affordable housing was sporadic throughout the township and not together. Well, right down here we have Rose Arbor, which is affordable housing. So we're putting 2 affordable housing units in one, I would say in one area. And I'm concerned, but my main concern is traffic. When the townhomes were built on Cadena Road across from Foster Fields, it was my understanding that the developer was going to put a traffic light in at Cadena Road and Mendham Road. That never occurred. I could be wrong about that, but and that, again, at Cadena Road onto Mendham Road in the morning, or Cadena Road coming back in the afternoon, it's quite backed up. So I would like that to be addressed. And again, just the quality of life that we have, that it is a very busy street, very heavily traveled by emergency squads, ambulances, fire engines, stuff like that. So with that in mind, I would hope that this would be voted down, as we already have affordable housing in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you? George Tellerico, Blackberry Lane. We'll get to my neighborhood later, but I just had a quick point here. I believe your lawyer said that this was mostly adaptive reuse. You're just reusing existing buildings. Well, you're losing open space here because part of this is open space, isn't that right? And so therefore this adaptive reuse doesn't work here. And I wonder if you have any plans to zone to address our loss of open spaces, which is a big problem in the township, and if you're going to rezone other areas to make them open spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead.
George DeMarco, I'm back.
Oh.
I live in, this is Streeter Pool. I live about walking distance from that. So as George Tellerico mentioned, I think this is a huge mistake to consider putting that number of units in that property. This is 21.5 acre of trees. And I've been in the township for 26 years, and I have happily paid an open space
tax
charge or fee with my taxes for 26 years to preserve places like this. And I am certainly sensitive to the need for affordable housing. But to take 21 acres of trees and get rid of it for this project, I think is ridiculous. Use some of that open space funding to acquire most of this land. Let the township float a bond and build the 35 units we need here, and then provide them to the people who want to move in. That might take maybe 4 acres, and you can preserve 17 acres of land. I haven't seen the township's books, but how much money is in that fund? I bet it could acquire most of this and still provide the 35 units.
Thank you.
The other thing I want to know, as one of my neighbors said over here, this lady, is anything that's said here going to make any difference tonight?
Sir, we're going to take everybody, we're listening to all your questions and concerns. And I know this is hard for people to understand. Absolutely, everybody on the Township Committee who sits on this dais, and if you were here yourself, please understand, we are listening to you. We're taking notes. These discussions take place in all the different areas, transportation, environment, all these. So we do hear you. So we're going to move on. We're going to give everybody their chance. But
Okay.
we do hear what the residents are
Do I have any time left in
requesting.
my 3 minutes? I wasn't keeping track. Just keeping track. The other thing, this is a related question. So there are probably,
You have 1 more minute left.
all right, there are probably income stipulations for someone to qualify for this affordable housing. So it's built, someone moves in, presumably they do well, their business, their career goes well. How long are they allowed to keep that house, and what check or balance is provided to make sure that if they do well and they have a nice cushy household income, that they vacate it for someone else who needs it?
Thank you, sir.
Steve Larry, and I live at Deborah Drive. And I was just wondering, will you make available to us impact studies on the following areas? The strain on utilities, school capacity, emergency response times, traffic congestion, parking shortages, pedestrian and child safety, incompatibility with the existing fabric, reduced noise and privacy, diminished property values, loss of green space, and most importantly, non-compliance with the master plan of the township. Because one of the basic tenets of master plans is that growth in housing density should be based on slow growth, not instantaneous spikes in the number of units, which is what this is introducing.
Thank you, sir.
Lee Goldberg.
Okay, so please, everybody, I know, especially if you've been up to speak, we have a lot of people waiting to speak. So again, appreciate the enthusiasm everybody has, but please give the people who are waiting the chance to get to the podium and let us hear their concerns as well.
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. I was a little late in getting here, so I guess you're taking questions, then addressing them all at the end. It's just a point of clarification. As I was reading through the ordinances online on the planning board sort of agenda page where they're all referenced, is it correct to assume like some of them, like 4-26 had Kushner's names next to it, 526 has the Rabbinical College? Are those the actual developers? 2 of them had the Toll Brother names. So, but on tonight's agenda, there's no sort of developer name affiliated with each of the ordinances. So are those names that are on the planning board agenda and tied on the planning board page the actual developers of these properties?
We'll answer the questions.
Okay.
So each ordinance, we're answering all the
Okay,
questions.
so for this particular, is the Rabbinical College, would they be the developer of the project? Or that's just trying to
Okay.
get clarity on
Yep.
it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, Pam Russell, 31 Lower Lane. I do have questions on 100 Southgate later, but on this one, I just don't understand how you take open space government use zone and then rezone it for high density housing. It is like people bought next to an open space zone, and I don't understand that process of how that can happen. I also want to comment on just on the process tonight in general. If you just approved 60 Columbia Road, and then you said, save all the comments on the process till the end, like how do we comment on the process? So I think, first, I think the public notice, I would disagree with the attorney. I've retired from the private practice of law, so I haven't done municipal land use in a while, but when we had to do notices, they had to be very precise. And I think if it said Wednesday, March 9th, that is confusing for people, and people could think it was Wednesday. And not matter. It's very ambiguous. And when I practiced municipal land use law, we would have to renotice for that meeting. And then, I would just say that if we have comments on the process in general and you save it to the end and you've already approved all the ordinances, how do we raise those? And those type of process questions are like what the previous speaker said. Are there developer concept plans that you have on files that we haven't been, are those public? Can we see them? We can't save those questions for the end if you're voting on each ordinance as we go.
Thank you. Hello. Go ahead.
Gloria Karsten, 9 Spring Hill Lane. Happily, I am not directly affected by some of the situations, these sad situations I'm hearing about and the concerns that everyone has. I just have a general question that goes across all of these proposals. It seems as if we're building 5 times the number of units that are necessary, given that only approximately 20% of these developments will be affordable housing. Now, I'm sure everybody agrees with the need for affordable housing, but why build 374 units in a tiny area rather than 75, thereby having a much more significant impact on the quality of life in that area? I'm not understanding that.
Okay, thank you.
John Mushin, 24 Laura Lane. Just 2 questions or clarifications. One is, we're rezoning the land, correct? Is that just a one-time deal for this developer, or is that going to be rezoned forever, just in case the developer's plans fall through? Will that always be now that zoning? And then, understanding that a developer then could come on years and years later and just come and develop it into that same space. And then the second question is, before this law got passed, I assume there was previous payments to the township for affordable housing. Where is that money? How much money is it? And what are you doing with that money? And why isn't that going towards buying or working with developers to kind of reduce that land utilizing that money? So that's it.
Thank you.
Terry Hadzina. I have 2 questions with the open space government use, the OSGU designation. Is that dedicated open space? Does anyone know? My understanding is that if the town or any town has taken state funds to buy open space in any part of their town, they're asked to list other areas that are open space, and they become dedicated open space. And then to develop that, I believe you have to go through quite a few loopholes on the state level to be able to develop that dedicated open space. My second question is that since people are saying that there are wetlands there, does the township actually know if there exists actual identification and classification of wetlands on that property? And if so, how again do you get around state regulations? I know federal, it's been weakening under our administration federally, but state-wise, how do you get around the wetlands state regulations for building there? Are you going to remediate somewhere else on some other property? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jim Wiviet. I live at 49 Alexandria Road, and I'm not adjacent to this at all. But if the Rabbinical College is the entity that is developing this, I'm presuming they're doing that to provide housing for the people who are either working or worshiping at the Rabbinical College.
It can't be inclusionary, so.
Yeah, but they can still. But they can.
Sir, okay, just ask your question. Ask your question.
Because I was just worried that the people who worship there do not drive during any of their holidays. And I would just be concerned if there are literally hundreds of people trying to cross Cadena Road on Saturday mornings and Friday nights with kids. And that would be my only concern, is that would be a nightmare on Cadena Road if you just had pedestrians on Sussex, the entire time.
That's
and,
why.
You know, they have a lot of holidays, so there's a lot
We'll
of times
address
people
that.
walking.
Yep, we'll address that issue. And
Hi, I'm Peter Gallerstein. I live at 38 Laura Lane, so I'm not next to this project, but I have a question. I think it's really nice that we as a community, no one objects to affordable housing. That's not one, no one has said, well, I don't want this type of neighbor or that type of neighbor. And I think most of the concern has been about quality of life and safety. I just have a question, and I hope you can answer it, and I hope our comments have some effect on how you vote. If you needed I'm just going to pick out a number. If somehow the 20% was 100 affordable housing units, couldn't you just build or have someone build? And I realize you'd have to get a builder, but if you found someone who said, fine, I'll come into Morris Township and I'll build 140 affordable units, could you do that without building 500 units? I mean,
we'll answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, Peter,
No, 500.
we'll answer that question.
No, well, I'm just saying, but I mean, I'm just
We'll
using
address-
100.
we'll
I was
address
on the
that
school board
question.
for many years, so please, 5 times 1 is 5, right?
We'll address
and
that.
I hope you can address that question now, and I hope that the effect of all of these people, I mean, we have 150 between here and outside doing this, that it's not a done deal, that you will take the feelings of a lot of people and not just pass 7 ordinances tonight.
Thank you.
My name's Mark Levy. I live at 63 Alexandria Road, and I just wanted to echo the concerns of other people about the land use. This is the top of a hill. You're talking about putting 175 units on this parcel, and from what I'm reading, the structures are going to be 3 to 4 stories on top of a hill right here. I'm just saying that's totally out of character with this neighborhood. There's no other than the Tickfa Way, I think, development, which I think is only 2 stories. These are all single-family homes. It doesn't belong there. Not to mention the fact that it's the environmental impact on the river. It is wetlands, and I can't see how you'll possibly pass an environmental review. And if you do, I'd like to know how you did it.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else in person, I'd like to have Sarah Shulkin ask your question. Sarah?
Hi.
Go ahead.
Good evening. How are you? I just want to. My question actually isn't specific to this property. It was more related, even though I do live in this area. But my question was also to sort of echoing other questions. Just hoping you guys can provide a little more clarity on, for example, things like when you say that. A developer will only do 22% affordable housing, and if we could get more, we'd get more. So if you could just clarify a little more on what that process looks like, when you're sort of vetting these developers with their proposals, and how is it that no one is willing to take more than that? And if a developer isn't willing to take more than that, why not? Sort of do a share, a development share where the town takes X amount of the responsibility of, with the developer. I'm just curious how it works. If you can provide more clarity. And then the second thing is also asking for more clarity on, for example, with the Columbia office building development, why not use eminent domain on that kind of, like an office building structure, and actually just build the majority of, the fair housing obligation, to build the majority of the low income housing needed by the township in order to satisfy your almost the entire obligation for fair housing. Why not, use eminent domain in that way? So just basically point of clarity questions if you have time. Thank you so much.
Brian O'Shea? Mr. O'Shea, are you there?
I'm here. Sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay.
Okay. So first, I'd like to thank you for this round 4 presentation. It's been very informative, and it's great that you're considering all the input of the residents before making these very monumental decisions. And at the outset, I'd like to say I'm not here to oppose affordable housing. I understand the town has legal obligations, and those obligations have to be met. But meeting a state mandate is not the same thing as good planning. And my question is simple, and it goes to the heart of responsible planning. Has the township evaluated the full cumulative impact of all these developments together? Over the last several years, we've approved several major residential developments: Patch Road, Colgate Menon, Honeywood Rebels, the Abbey, each at a significant density. Now, round 4 proposes additional high-density developments across multiple corridors on top of that. Have we analyzed the combined effect? Not project by project, but cumulatively. Combined traffic, combined school enrollment, combined fiscal impact, combined strain on infrastructure at full build-out. Before moving forward, residents deserve clear answers to 4 questions. First, has aggregate traffic been modeled across Columbia Road, Sussex Avenue, Madison Avenue, Southgate Parkway, James Street, and Hanover together at peak hours? And if so, where can that analysis be reviewed? Second, what student generation rates are being used for these units? More importantly, how do these assumptions compare to the actual enrollment outcomes from prior developments in this township? Third, what is the true net fiscal impact per unit once municipal service costs and service costs are fully accounted for? And fourth, how have pilot agreements affected the distribution of tax revenue between municipal government and our schools? These are not abstract concerns. Traffic congestion determines how quickly an ambulance can reach your door. School overcrowding drives property taxes upward, and crowded classrooms reduce educational outcomes for our children. Infrastructure deficits become long-term capital costs that residents carry for decades. These questions are not about politics. They are about whether the township is making decisions based on a complete factual record. Residents have the right to expect that projects are done right, not simply approved and moved along. This means protecting parkland, It means avoiding access roads to parks where alternative exists. It means designing for a real emergency apparatus under real-world conditions, not theoretical access that works only on paper. If cumulative analysis has been completed, publish it. If it is not completed before additional approvals move forward. Transparency is not an obstacle to progress. It's what makes progress responsible. We'll continue to engage conservatively and make our voices heard as round 4 proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. David P., do you have a question?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is David Padilla. I live near Lake Valley Road. As someone who was raised in low-income housing and proudly owns a home in Morristown now, I commend your efforts for providing affordable housing. However, I agree with what many of my neighbors have been sharing regarding the wetlands and the proximity to being on the top of a hill. So questions are, has a stormwater management study been completed to evaluate how this will affect drainage and runoff in surrounding properties? Some nearby neighbors already experience significant groundwater issues. And also, regarding the environmental impact, given the hundreds of trees affected by this project, have there been any considerations for the wooded areas and the wildlife habitat that currently reside there, the deer, the birds, the foxes, etc.? And finally, if these studies have been conducted, will the township provide them to residents and allow us time to review before any final zoning decisions are made? Thank you.
Thank you. And PR, you have your hand raised?
I'm sorry, that may have been done by mistake.
Oh, okay, no problem. No worries. We'll take one last question from the podium.
Thank you. My name is Len Abels. I live in the Foster Fields development. Thank God I live high, but I know what everybody talks about with the water issues. I guess my concern is listening to all our concerns and putting it forth before the panel is that this was worked on for over a year. These sites were picked, it was presented, it was passed on what there was done, and now I'm looking at it and it says there is 7 days for us to meet our state obligation, which means that if you vote down any one of these sites, we are not within confirmation of what we need to do in the time frame that was presented to us. So it seems to me that every one of these are going to be approved, and then we're going to have to deal with the impacts that all the residents are bringing forth regarding, for example, the percentage of increase in population. And I see all these new luxury townhomes going all around the township into Morristown, and I still see homes for sale, rentals. 53 built these 2 giant warehouses, which are still open, and no one is taking them. So I just don't feel that there's going to be, that you are pressured to have to vote every single one of these sites forward. Otherwise, the township is problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the comments on the 227 Sussex Avenue. We'll now have the professionals. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, who wants to start? I know, Joe, you'll have some questions to answer as well.
They're going to answer your
Okay.
questions. Okay, I actually am going to punt to Joe Vooch to discuss the stormwater and the wetlands.
And the wetlands. Joe Vooch, our engineer.
And one moment, I'm just seeing whether or not it's feasible for me to present from my screen, but I don't think so.
He's just checking his computer for something. to see if you
All right,
could put it
can
up.
everybody hear me? So, two of the larger concerns that were just discussed are the presence of wetlands on the property, as well as the regulated areas associated with that, and which also includes flood hazard areas. So, the Whippany River is a freshwater, non-trout producing freshwater 2 classification. It's not a Category 1 of the state of New Jersey, so it doesn't have the highest level of riparian buffer on it, which would be a 300-foot buffer. The buffers on the Whippany River itself for riparian are assumed to be 150 foot, which is the second classification tier down. And that riparian area would then be delineated in an application to DEP by the developer at the time of the development. The Whippany River, as many of you know from walking the Patriots Path, which is on the far side of the river, does bend towards this subject property. And it somewhat echoes the blip that we see, the depression in the zone shape towards the property. And so if we look at the bottom side of Tickville Way and across that zone boundary that's being established in this ordinance and out to Lakeview Road, that's effectively a straight line of where the regulated areas of freshwater wetlands, which are currently assumed by DEP and not fully delineated and verified, exist. On this near side of the Whippany River, the wetlands per DEP's guidance are relatively shallow to the extent off of the Whippany River. And then they reflect with regulated buffers off of them as many as, say, 150 feet, which is coincidental to the riparian area. The area that's being zoned is outside that regulatory buffer that's anticipated for these areas from from the perspective developers analysis as well as our internal township analysis. So we would anticipate regulatory buffers affecting only the top of the portion of the development, the nearest to the river. When it relates to deforestation, removal of trees for the replacement with impervious surfaces, our state has been going through a series of stormwater management rule amendments and flood hazard area amendments over the last couple of years under the Murphy administration. Most recently, that culminated at the end of his term with the signing of the last NJ Pact regulations, which further reinforces the requirements for mitigation. Currently, the removal of the trees and forestation does have a mitigated requirement for tree replacement, either on site or then in-kind replacement towards opportunity by payment for the municipality to reforest in other areas and supplement other areas within the watershed. Please.
Okay, everybody, let him finish.
I'm gonna give you the facts. As it relates to the increase in stormwater runoff, this would be a major development. That major development would be analyzed for a 2-year, a 10-year, and 100-year storms. And in compliance, the peak flow reductions from a 100-year storm are significantly decreased by a series of percentages of respectively 50, 75, and 80% of those peak flow volumes. That analysis also includes an impact to groundwater and an evaluation of the amount of permeable surfaces that are replaced such that the mitigation must exceed the recharge back into the ground of the existing condition. So the depletion of that area will then be balanced by the design to ensure that the groundwater is not negatively impacted either in excess or in detriment of the groundwater table.
Okay. Mr. Warner?
Before others address anything else, as a lawyer and not an engineer, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Vuch, is that at the site plan stage, any developer would have to address stormwater management and would have to, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be wrong. I'm a lawyer, not an engineer. They would have to reduce the magnitude and the rate of the flow of the water coming off the development towards other properties. Would that be correct?
Wait.
The state stormwater regulations.
That is correct. They'd be reviewed specifically by me as the township engineer and the board engineer to the state standards. And then also, while applying for flood hazard area permits related to the riparian, as well as the freshwater wetland permits, flood hazard area impacts, riparian impacts, and wetlands, they would also be reviewed by the state agency itself at DEP Land Use and their engineers for stormwater impacts, not only to the Whippany River, but to all surrounding properties.
Thank you.
Thank you. I may be able to help on some other things, but I just wanted to help on that one.
Mr. Warner, thank you. Ms. Laney? Mr. Phillips?
I took in no particular order, but I think I'd like to address some of the issues that were raised. One, I think there was a discussion about 3- and 4-story buildings here. The height limit in this zone is 3 stories. And the market rate product is limited to what I'll refer to as a conventional townhouse, meaning there is no multifamily housing other than conventional townhouses that are permitted for the market rate units. In other areas, we allow stacked townhouses, which is units vertically stacked amongst one another. And we did that acknowledging that this is a site that is surrounded by single-family development, and we wanted to have, even though it's a different product and a product associated with inclusionary development, we wanted to have a product which we thought was the most compatible with single-family homes, and we did it at a density here which is compatible with other inclusionary zones that the township has rezoned historically in areas that basically include single-family housing. And certainly I will acknowledge that will be a change in the character of this site and this area. Any development, basically a vacant land, will have some impacts, and we will acknowledge that. And many of those impacts, including things such as stormwater, flooding, traffic, and so on, will be properly addressed at the time of site plan approval. There was a question about whether the OSGU zone was dedicated open space here. It is not. It's not either dedicated or Green Acres property. It's just zoned for open space, which allowed us to move forward with the zoning to take that portion of the site that is now zoned OSGU and to basically put in place a inclusionary housing zone. There was a question about whether the zoning is temporary or not. I guess the short answer is it's in place until it's changed. And obviously, if the Township Committee were to adopt this ordinance this evening, this new zoning would be in place. And obviously, it would be in place in part to assist the township in satisfying the 4th round obligation. Anything can happen. But the zoning, quite frankly, and I don't mean to be flip, but it's in place until there's some new other zoning that would be.
If I could just add, given our agreement with Fair Share Housing Center, it would require Fair Share Housing Center's consent and the court's consent to change the zoning at any time in the future if these projects weren't built.
Zoning runs with the land, but I would concur with both Mr. Cantor and Mr. Phillips. It may not. It would require that for purposes of our compliance with our affordable housing obligations.
There was a question about a concept plan, and for most of these sites, basically we had the opportunity to review either concept plans or iterations of concept plans with the prospective landowners and developers. The concept plan here was quite rough. As you all know, there's no detailed engineering on this site at this point, and this site, as you know, has some challenging topography, and ultimately there won't be a detailed site plan until detailed engineering is done. Obviously, again, if the Township Committee decides to move forward with this ordinance. There was a discussion about whether the Rabbinical College would be the developer. And while there are some experienced developers amongst the Rabbinical College sort of executive team, it's our understanding that the Rabbinical College would probably not be the developer, but would contract with a developer to build the lands. But that remains to be seen. And basically, this zoning just puts in place the ability for any developer to build in accordance with the regulations that are part and parcel of the zoning.
If I could just add on that one, I apologize for interrupting, but Mr. Phillips, and we are not allowed, as by law, to zone only for certain owners or occupants or developers. So that is why what Mr. Phillips says has to be the case. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. There is no pilot agreement. There was a question about there's no. It's not a redevelopment site, capital law redevelopment. So there's no pilot agreement associated with any development on this property. There was a opinion stated about this is not compliant with the master plan. I think as Ms. Laney and others mentioned just a week ago, there was a consistency review by the planning board, and they determined that the zoning was consistent with the master plan in that the housing and element and fair share plan is part of the comprehensive master plan. There was a question about access from roads other than Sussex Avenue. And based on the concepts that we've seen, the access would be limited to Sussex Avenue, and there's no contemplation at this time from any other access from any of the other local residential streets that were cited by members of the public. I think you addressed, someone said this property zoned for wetlands. It's not zoned for wetlands, and certainly there's no demo of wetlands, as Mr. Vooch stated. There are state regulated wetlands which any developer would have to abide by. And they are protected based on that state legislation and regulations. There was a mention of radon. I don't know about, I mean, this is the first time we've heard about radon on this property. I certainly am not in a position to address it. It might come up again at a site plan meeting. It certainly would be an appropriate question at the site plan stage. I think the only other thing which, Steve, you may want to address was the why not green buffer areas or green buffers. And I think that may have to do with portions of the existing OSGU zone that are not part of this rezoning. Meaning lands outside of the...
Outside the line, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you both. So to address that and some related, related questions, there was a question concerning open space and how deep into that area this particular development might go. As part of this proposal and this zoning, or at least associated with this zoning, there is the provision for approximately 25 acres of open space area to be maintained by way of a dedication to the township of a conservation easement and preservation of that approximately 25 acres as open space. So that would also have trails that are the responsibility of the developer. There are also buffers, including 50-foot wide buffers in portions of that property. To dovetail off of what Mr. Phillips was just discussing, that it says portion, I think, yes, PO, portion of lot 18. Lot 18 is a much larger lot. I could do it to music too, but I've been told I'm sometimes lyrical like that. But it's a portion of lot 18. So the balance that you see up there, I don't do screen shares and point with lasers. But all that green up on top and around is going to stay. That's preserved. That's part and parcel of the roughly 25 acres to be preserved. That also provides for, in part, additional buffers between the proposed development zone, I'll call it, and the residential properties in and around it. So hopefully that helps, and that's only some of the agreements already made by the prospective developer as to providing for open space buffers and the like. Trying to make sure we answer, or as best we can, everything. Access to Sussex was already discussed. When I mentioned adaptive reuse, the gentleman, I think it was Mr. Tellerico, if I recall correctly, if you'll recall, I said all but one of the sites involves a site with that has or recently had structures existing on it. Obviously, this was the one site that doesn't. This is the one site in the entire township that would be new construction, so to speak, not an adaptive reuse. Trying to see if there's anything that wasn't already covered by someone else. I don't know the exact balance of our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but I don't believe it would be anywhere near what we could utilize to buy any one or even a significant portion of any one of these sites. And as I explained earlier, maybe not everyone was here for that, low-income housing, 100% affordable housing, which we were able to effectuate on a site not related to our fourth round plan, that's on a different road, requires you to have the land, requires you generally to provide payments in lieu of taxes. It requires you to generally have low-income housing tax credits or other mechanisms of funding. And if not, it generally requires you to, and even if you do, as a backup, requires you to bond for tens of millions, if not more, that taxpayers like us, residents of the township, are required to pay. So where it's feasible, it's obtained, and where it's not, I guess, is the simplest way to put it. I don't, in zoning, you cannot, as I said before, restrict occupancy or ownership. The zoning goes with the land, runs with the land. So if someone asked, I think, about whether the Rabbinical College it would just be worshipers and or people that work there. No, there's no limitation with respect to market rate housing, and certainly there's no limitation with respect to who is entitled to be a potential recipient or an occupant of the affordable housing. And I think that's it.
Quickly, though, I just want to make sure, because I know you talked a little bit about it, Paul, about the topography there and how it is. So the question about the trees and, anytime there's a development and the removal of trees. So I don't know if I heard the response. They were asking about how many trees are going to come down here, and we
understand it's going to be a widespread area of the tract that would be deforested to accommodate that. So there will be extensive surveys that identify the caliper of all the trees, and then identify the required replacement schedule.
Replacement, that's what I wanted to address.
To the extent practical, it would be done as part of the development plans that come to our planning board.
Yep.
And where there is a balance that can't be provided, it would be addressed through payment in lieu to the Township Tree Fund so that it could be replenished throughout the watershed in other areas.
Exactly, so that would help with that situation of the water.
And again, there will be public hearings on, if and when it got there, a site plan application where that and many of the other concerns that were rightfully expressed by residents would be addressed at that site plan stage. Again, this is the zoning stage, not the site plan development stage.
When might that be addressed? When could we find it?
If and when they get to a point where they have fully engineered plans and wish to proceed, They would have to prepare an application, provide quite a bit of documentation. All board professionals, municipal professionals would be involved in the process. And if and when it gets to the point of being deemed complete and hearings scheduled, those are noticed, and there will be public hearings on all these detailed development issues at that time. Can't predict when.
But there'll be a notice, like a certified.
Oh, absolutely.
There'll be, the applications will be pending. They'll be on the website long before even the notices go out. And then the applicants themselves would be required to make the notices with certified mail, publication, and the like. And then interested members of the public, anyone, one and all, can come to our planning board and be a part and parcel of the open public meetings and public hearing process.
Thank you. Mr. Janata, Committeeman Janata, or Deputy Mayor Janata.
Yeah, first full disclosure, I'm the current chair of the Whippany River Watershed Action Committee. Also the liaison to the same is a volunteer group, so I'm not even paid for it. So I was noticing again that the Whippany River is there. Also that there's 2 tributaries on either side that flows in there. And as some of the residents have mentioned, it's a known flood zone. Is this area here said to be a flood zone? Or is it just the part north of there?
The part of the open space that's north of the zoned area, the zone boundary does not overlap with the floodplain.
Okay.
The 100-year floodplain for Morris County was just revised by DEP and FEMA together in joint mapping products. That mapping product, looking at that most current in the last few months and being issued, is outside of that area.
And can you explain to people what a riparian buffer is? Because you mentioned a few times. Not sure if anybody knows.
So riparian buffer is essentially just that, the offset buffer from the top of bank of the river to establish a natural vegetative corridor for natural water quality improvements. So the general concept being that runoff going through vegetated stabilized areas, wooded areas, wetlands, and other common vegetation nearest the waterway provides the best water quality cleaning to remove sediments and other debris so that the water is cleanest as it enters the river, and then it improves the water quality of the river itself.
Is there currently a riparian buffer there? Or?
There's a riparian buffer on almost on all regulated waters of the state of New Jersey. This is not a category 1, which is 300 foot. The next level is 150 foot, and then there is a 50 foot or 0 buffer that would be applied. The 150 foot is identified to be most appropriate for this site, assumed pending DEP verification based on the species and habitat in that area of the wetlands, and that elevates it from a potential lowest level of a 50-foot buffer.
And is this site currently considered open space, or now you have to rezone it?
So the OSGU zone permits open spaces as well as educational use and other public facilities.
And a portion of the zone, the proposed zone, is residentially zoned as well.
Right.
So, and as it relates to dedicated open space, the nearest open space, dedicated open space tracks would be our pool facility municipally, and then county open space being the Patriots Path, which is on the north side of the Whippany River. That long narrow track you see there in the tax map outline, that is preserved open space on county rolls.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from Committeeman Ravitz?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. There were a couple of points that I want to see if I can restate in English, so to speak. One of them is, and this has come up now a couple of times, why can't we just build all our affordable units in one spot? And this was addressed. Number one, to acquire the land is it would be prohibitively expensive for the township. We don't have that kind of money. We are not in the business of development. There were so many stipulations that would need to be in place to do that, that it's not something that the township committee, this governing body, is considering. We do want to make sure that we, as I had mentioned earlier, distribute low and moderate income housing throughout the township to the extent we can control it. And that is one of the main ideals of what we're trying to do here, is to stay in control of this process and not be subject to builder's remedy. So building 100% affordable in other than a small parcel on Old Turnpike Road isn't really feasible. I've heard a lot about, the environmental impact here and how it changes the character of the town. And as Mr. Phillips had stated, it does, and that's unfortunate. Especially to those who drive by the area and like to see the pristine, wooded areas. And we all on the township committee, and I'll speak for all of us, we are environmentalists. We do care. And we also, a few of us serve on the planning board. So in one of the questions that came up was, when is this going to happen? What studies are done? And this, again, I will restate, this is going to happen at the planning board level when something moves from beyond a concept of a plan to something that passes through our review committees and becomes an application that needs to be heard in front of the planning board. One of the things that our engineer had mentioned is that New Jersey stormwater regulations have drastically been changed and updated recently, which we have been on the township committee trying to comply with, and we are in compliance with that. Some of that is, the loss of trees, stormwater runoff. Again, this is held at the planning board level. And as to Mr. Vucci's point, when we substitute permeable land for impermeable land with a development such as this, the upgrade to the land, so to speak, accounts for the stormwater runoff. So in other words, there will be less water runoff after the units are built than just nature taking its course. So in actuality, it will be an improvement to the land, even though we are losing if we pass this, we are going to be losing some of the character of that part of the town, of which I think we all kind of lament that. We would much rather see, redevelopment of office space. But this land is owned by the Rabbinical College. This is, theirs to do what they can with it. The concept of a plan looked good. And I think that it's going to end up being beneficial to the town in the long run. Even with the destruction of some of the trees, which will be replanted. And if they can't be replanted in the new site, they will be replanted in other parts of the town so we don't lose our canopy. And with that, Mayor, I think those are all my comments. Oh, there was one more. I'm sorry. There was a question of when we might see plans. As was mentioned early on, this is a 10-year round 4. We could be seeing plans next month. We could be seeing them next year or in 5 years. We don't know. When they've completed the process and it comes before the planning board, that's when all of this will come up again. And again, we encourage, because there was a lot of great input from the residents, to come to that planning board meeting sometime in the future and voice these same opinions, because the planning board is going to be very receptive to what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you, Committeeman Ravitz. And by the way, there are several planning board members in the audience tonight, which I think shows the level of commitment, and they too are always up on top of everything that comes before the planning board and ask incredible questions, and everything you're bringing up, that everybody's raising these issues. When you're at the planning board meeting, they are everybody, the professionals and everybody on the planning board. I think they're tougher than the residents.
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah, so appreciate the input. Committeeman Grazel, you have anything?
No, Mayor. Thank you for asking.
Okay, just making sure you're still with us there.
Yep.
Okay. At this point, then, May I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 05-26?
So moved.
Wait, you're out of order, sir. I'm sorry.
Public comments over.
The
so we
public
can't-
comments
we
over.
have
You
so
have
many people
time.
here. If
You
everybody
you
wanted to
can
make
come
another
up during the
comment.
next. May I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 05-26?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Griselle,
Yes.
Mr. Ravitz,
Yes.
Mr. Janata,
No.
Mayor Griglia.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted, 3-1.
I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 05-26 approved and adopted, and direct the Township Clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the Township website or as otherwise required by law. Madam Clerk, please read the title of ordinance 06-26 into the record.
Am I reading it?
Yeah.
06-26.
So just let's get everybody out, just to 30 seconds. Sorry, you didn't step back,
Sir, we're in the middle of the meeting.
Would you step
You-
back, please?
Please, you don't approach the dais. We're still in the middle of a meeting. If you want to leave the meeting, you're welcome to do so, but we're in the middle of the meeting. The clerk is going to read the next ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Ordinance 06-26, amending Chapter 95, zoning of the Code of the Township of Morris by adding the TH15AH zone and adopting associated regulations, 300 Madison Avenue, Block 8601, Lot 4.
Okay, Ms. Laney, will you give us an overview of ordinance 06-26?
Yes, this ordinance relates to 300 Madison Avenue, Block 8601, Lot 4. It's approximately 8.1 acres. This is the JCP&L building. It's bordered by 3 streets, Madison, Punch Bowl, and Old Turnpike Road. To the east are the railroad tracks that are sort of to the southeast are the railroad tracks and the Morris County Golf Club. To the west and south are office buildings. It is across Madison Avenue from Crum and Foster. To the south are other townhome developments, including the Brownstones and Liberty Green. The existing zone is the OL15. Proposed zone is TH-15-AH. The zoning would permit 118 townhomes and stacked townhomes, 24 affordable housing units, which is a 20% set aside. We would also we have also in our mediation and settlement agreement with Fair Share Housing Center taken 12 bonus credits because it's a redevelopment of an office building, and 2, it is within a half mile of transit as it's close to Convent Station.
Thank you. I realize too, there are still people that are having some side conversations, but if you could please let us proceed so that everybody can hear. The people that are here that still want to listen, it's hard to hear. So in both rooms, if we could keep the noise level down. May I have a motion to open the public hearing on ordinance number 06-26?
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Please approach the podium if you have comments.
Hi, I am Chrissy Kroonquist. I live at 7 Winding Way, which is off Kitchell Road. I am currently living between development in Giralda of 200 units by Florham Park, Madison. Madison is doing 200 units in Giralda. They're doing 400 units of low-income housing and apartments on Madison Avenue in front of Drew's property because they saved the forest on one side of town and are now putting 400 units on Madison Avenue. I'm also dealing with traffic from Park Avenue Florham Park that is also putting in units at St. Elizabeth's, over 200 units. The traffic on Old Turnpike Road on Madison Avenue is horrendous. I can't get out of Kitchell to make a left to go into town anytime between 3:30 and 6:30. It's a death trap. Also, proceeding down to Woodland off of my street, there must be at least an accident every 2-3 days. Making a left out of there is horrendous. Because also at the end of my street, Harding is putting in 75 units of low-income housing. So I think the area itself, although perfect for a transit community, I do agree with that, but the volume is just too much for the area. There are too many traffic incidences. Also, to get to schools, our school, middle school, public school is Frelinghuysen. So I live on the exact opposite side of the horseshoe of Morris Township. So to get across town to pick up a child in that school district takes over an hour each way during traffic times. You have to leave so far in advance and sit and wait for your kid to get out of school. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley Smith. I live in Liberty Greens, which is right there off Punch Bowl Road. Yeah, right over there. I'm not opposed to affordable housing, but I share the concerns of my neighbors. I grew up in a blue-collar household. I always dreamed of living in a town like this, a town I never knew existed until I went to college here. I was enamored by the greenery, the downtown, the architectural interest of the unique and quaint neighborhoods. I loved it so much that I have made my life here. 15 years later, I moved my family here, and I am not here by the grace of anything but hard work and good parents. I am still paying for that education, but I'm here to prove that if you work really hard, you can live in a town like this. But how long will Morris Township be a town like this? How long will it be an aspirational place to live if it becomes degraded by forced urbanization? We keep hearing the term fair share, but I think most of the people are here in this room to tell you that none of this sounds very fair. And while we can all debate law and legislation, we can also call this as we see it, which is the prioritization of developer interests over community interests. And what is at stake here is changing the very thing that makes Morris Township what it is. Its suburban charm and downtown appeal will be traded for forced urbanization with a quick injection of volume that will put stress on all local infrastructure, roads, schools, utility. It will change traffic patterns, reduce open space, and lack cohesion not only in aesthetic, but in overall congruence with the community, our community, a community that is not only will it be subjected to the tangible stressors that you've heard, but intangibly changed through the dilution of stability, safety, and the investment in its long-term residents. The dilution of the essence of community. Safety is a primary concern for most of us here, especially the parents, the safety of our roads, the walkability of our neighborhoods, the safety of our children, and the safety of our quality of life. There are plans already being executed for 2 other communities on Park Avenue, technically in Florham Park, with an additional plan on Punch Bowl Road behind Liberty Greens itself. This is less than half a mile from 300 Madison Avenue. What I would like to be explained to me is why there is so much concentration of units to be built in such a small radius. And do you all speak with the municipality of Florham Park as part of the planning process, given our shared border and community? My neighbors have raised several concerns here. Overall, seemingly many have not been materially addressed. We lack cumulative risk assessment, and we're now closing in on a deadline, forcing the hand of the community. In earnest and in the spirit of real-time feedback, I would suggest that the board reassess their meeting procedures and project planning moving forward.
Ms. Smith, you're at your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Grader. I also live in Liberty Greens, and I am here
agreeing 100% with my neighbor here, but also, you know, I'm a teacher. I live local. I'm a teacher local. And my concern, not only to this volume, is what is this going to do to our schools? How is this going to impact our students, our schools, our teachers, and the community as a whole? Because the schools are really what help to drive people to come here. People move here for our schools. People, you know, if we want to have a community, you need to have people raising that community. And if you're going to overcrowd our schools, and like the woman, two people ahead of me said, there's already such congestion getting to and from schools. It's only going to make it worse when there's that much congestion also in the school. I know how hard it is to teach a room that is overcrowded. And if that's a situation that we're going to have, as a teacher who taught in Morristown High School with an overcrowded room 5 years ago, I can only say this is going to make it worse. And that's a disadvantage to both our students and our community. I'm not going to reiterate everything else.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terrence Smith. I'm on 6 Independence Way, also in Liberty Greens. My first question is, can the specifications that are listed in the ordinance be changed at some point in the future by some kind of amendment? And I'm particularly interested in the specification for the 30-foot setback minimum for Punch Bowl Road. Having gone out to that area this afternoon, I discovered that the 30-foot setback would basically remove all the trees that are on Punch Bowl Road to the east side of the existing JCP&L building. The JCP&L building is something like 150 foot back from Punch Bowl Road. So my question is, assuming that this is going to be developed at some point, can that setback be expanded to move the edge of the building much further away from Punch Bowl? My second question is, because Liberty Greens is set up the way it is, everybody there is a co-owner of the common property of the development, which means that the areas immediately adjacent to the traction line and the trains all belong to 170 residents of Liberty Greens. And I don't think we all received notice of this, even though it was stated earlier that notices were supposed to go out to everybody within 200 feet of the zone.
No one in our development got notified.
And my third question is, thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Jolie Elmore. We live at 4 Shepherd Place, about 2 streets over from where this is going to happen. My main concern has to do with the traffic. Shepherd Place is already a major cut-through area for the massive traffic on Madison Avenue, which is only getting worse. As many of you know who travel down that road during rush hour, Crum and Forster has to have a police crossing guard there so that those cars can even get out during rush hour, which continues to back everything up. So my massive issue is with traffic and with our road, Shepherd Place, who have young children, including 3 of my own, now becoming even more of a cut through because Madison Avenue is so jammed up. And if something is going to be happening also on Old Turnpike, it's just going to increase the traffic load, and I'm very concerned about it. I also have just a bad feeling, and others have expressed this, that what we're saying isn't really being heard because it seems that these decisions have already been made. And I just want to express my concern over that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Megan Burke. I'm at 8 Shepherd Place. And I'm also a member of the Township Economic Development Advisory Committee, proudly a member of it. I've been on that board since 2023. And I joined at the time when the board was in the middle of preparing the Madison Avenue corridor study. And I can tell you that it was a labor of love for the committee. And we interviewed so many local residents in the area as well as all the local businesses with the aim of getting a handle on, what does the future of the Madison Avenue corridor look like? And the volunteer hours of the residents that went into commissioning that study, just like all of you are doing your time, but it was a lot and it was very carefully considered. And I can tell you that 300 Madison Avenue is exactly the opposite of what was recommended in that plan. But one thing, but our comments here tonight, I understand the remit is to be limited to the zoning that's being presented. But the reason I raised that plan is because one of the key takeaways was that we need to preserve the setbacks on Madison Avenue. Madison Avenue is a historic street, and the way that it was constructed was everything was built far back from Madison Avenue. That's the way that it was developed. And in order to preserve the character of our community, it was so key to the residents and even the business owners that be maintained. And so when I saw the zoning for this plan and read that it was 30 feet setback on Madison, and also another resident from Liberty Green mentioned it was also, I guess, 30 feet on Punch Bowl as well. That's at odds with the 50 feet for the 4 Turnpike development. You're going to have a 50-foot setback on Sussex, 75 foot on Columbia Road, 50 foot on James Street, and then I believe there was also for the Southgate property, the setback for Laura Lane was 50. And so I'd like the committee to address what the thought pattern was, what the thinking was behind giving Toll Brothers the 30-foot setback for the 300 Madison Avenue development, and why residents are putting committee members are putting in their time to commission studies that was adopted unanimously by the Township Committee when it was presented by our eminent chairman, Leon Gallagher, and then was summarily ignored in the negotiations for this site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. I guess I have a question for our planners or township committee or business administrator. If they can answer this, sort of dovetailing off the previous woman's comments on the Madison Avenue corridor and the area that's being impacted here. I believe from the round 3, we sort of have 2 holdover sort of redevelopment plans. I think one is on the agenda for later tonight on 95 Mount Campbell. I think there was another one that was actually on the St. Elizabeth's property. So if there's any update to what that plan is or what's going on with that as it sort of impacts our overall need to address affordable housing, if there's any update on what else is planned for or what was considered in the past on the St. Elizabeth's property, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Mushin, 24 Laurel Lane. Just to kind of follow up, just because it wasn't addressed, and I also agree that I don't think this process works because a lot of comments or questions made aren't really addressed all the time. And I understand there's a ton of questions before, but just regarding with the previous payments to the township from developers for affordable housing, was there any action or plan or to go to developers to buy additional affordable housing so we can reduce some of the buildings that we're going? Meaning this one has 118 homes and there's 24 affordable housing, taking some of that fund money and paying or partnering up with the developer to get 48 units out of it. Because the bottom line is the developer is not there to build houses, they're there to make money. So, and if we're taking money from developers previously, like I said, I'm not really sure where that money's going, but I do know there's been years of payments towards affordable housing. The question comes, what is that money being used for? And why aren't we trying to buy additional affordable housing so we don't have to do 10 or 12 developments? That's all.
Thank you.
Name is Paul D'Antonio at 10 Crescent Drive. Question I have is, we've talked about spreading the development throughout the town. It's interesting, though, that 2 of the highest density developments based on units per acre is the Columbia Turnpike and the Madison Avenue. The 24, 25 per acre for Columbia and almost 17 and a half for Madison. So it just seems an inordinate amount to be located just in this side of town. Besides all the development everyone else has commented on, we know Florent Park loves building their development in everybody else's backyard, so you can't avoid what happens there. The other question I have, and this came up with Restoration Hardware, the intersection of Punch Bowl and Madison Avenue and Canfield that's a horrible light. There is a light there now. It was worse, obviously, before the light went in. Will that be adjusted, especially if we're talking about a new development being put there? So it's going to make what is a bad situation even worse. The third thing that I'd like to ask is, as the planning board looks at these developments and they have issues with certain setbacks, environmental, water, flood, how married are we to these numbers? In other words, if you're saying you're going to get 32 units of affordable housing here, 20 over here, and the overall number is X, if the planning board looks at what the builder's plan is and saying, no, we can't do this because of some other issues, is the town, what is plan B if we can't be able to build the numbers that are being proposed now? And what happens at that point?
Thank you.
Hi, Pam Russell. I just want to point out, for everyone's benefit on this one, that the setback on Madison Avenue is 20 feet. So if you picture what a townhouse building will look like on Madison Avenue, that is hardly any setback at all. They just built an apartment building in Madison down near Staples, so everyone should go look at what. Sure. They built an apartment building in Madison, close to the Staples Shopping Center, all the way on the road with no setback. And that's what an apartment building will look like on Madison Avenue. They've given a 20-foot setback, which is very little. So this will forever change the character of historic Common Station. It's right in the middle of Common Station, an area with, where we have gas lantern streetlights. Were smaller than regular streetlights. It's a historic character. This project will forever change it. I also want to say that I watched both planning board meetings that went through this process. It was the same process where this many large developments were approved in one meeting. There was no detailed discussion and questions from the planning board, publicly at least, on each project delving into these issues. And then the other thing I would say is, when you say, don't worry about it, it'll all be taken care of in the site plan process, we all know that that's down to details on the trees and type, but when you're already giving the density, that's it, it's over. You're giving the developer, they can build this, that it will be zoning as of right. So once we're in the site plan, we're down to the real details. And if you haven't analyzed traffic and density and everything for each project, you are changing the nature of the township in one fell swoop, in one meeting, doing this many projects. In the past, these type of projects each one would have taken months. And the other thing, if you're that afraid of builder lawsuits, the builders already drafted the ordinances for you. It can't get any worse than this. So our taxpayers, we pay the salaries of the experts, and the experts sat with the builders and drafted the ordinances. So that's how, so everyone can understand how the process. Thank you.
Gloria Karsten, 9 Spring Hill Lane. I was doing some calculations. If you figure that there are 1,500 new units added to the existing housing in Morris Township, approximately 2.4 people, which may be conservative, per unit, you come up with approximately 4,000 new residents in Morris Township, which is approximately a 20% population increase. My question is, how can Morris Township accommodate, and how is it planned for Morris Township to accommodate a 20% population increase. Clearly, as one speaker mentioned, there would be a significant impact on schools, certainly on the roads and other infrastructure, as well as the overall quality of life, having huge, massive housing complex on every other corner. So I guess my opinion is that if we can't address how we would accommodate a 20% population increase, we shouldn't be doing anything until we can address that very fact.
Thank you.
Axel Ohlers. I live on Barbary Road, so just past these townhouses. No objection to affordable housing, that's all fine, but I'm very much objecting to the process and how you are conducting this meeting and this process leading up to this meeting, and how we are arriving at these decisions. I think this is very inappropriate how this is handled. And while you're, of course, inviting the public to speak here and we're able to be here, clearly it's not been adhered to or listened to anywhere to the degree that it probably deserves. So for a zoning to change, and I'm not going to repeat everything else that has already been said, I think that's been addressed enough. But how do you reverse it ever? Of course, you're not going to. The specific question that I have is commuter traffic. So whoever is going to presumably reside here at the property in discussion is likely going to go to Convent Station for commuting, at least a certain portion thereof. So what specifically has been studied as far as parking at Convent Station? You may say people are going to walk, probably not.
Thank you. Mr. Grayzel, your hand is up.
Not Grizel, David P. David P.
David P.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's old. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Amy Bernstein, Merle, 3 Old Glen Road. I have the distinct honor of living across the street from 299 Madison, the 24-hour lab, 7 days a week, that opened last year. We've already discussed the traffic. There is a policeman there at about 3 o'clock on Madison Avenue near 300 Madison every day. The backup goes all the way down. It can go as far as to halfway down to the town of Madison. We've already discussed that. The 2 questions I have, I've actually 3 quick ones though. The first one is it the policy? I know that I got a certified letter, but I thought we're also supposed to get something in the regular mail, which is what I got with 299 Madison. So that is something I would like to know, since there are all these new things being built. The second thing is regarding the numbers. I understand one of the gentlemen up there had mentioned, of course, you can't put all the affordable housing in one place. But again, I just want to kind of push this point home. Why do there have to be so many other units being built? Okay, and then the last thing is this whole beautification thing. I was in on all those meetings. I thought they were great. The corridor and how this was going to be a different vibe than Morristown and everything else. It is, as the other young lady said, completely in the wrong direction. And it is something special about this area that we all love and we're proud of. And it is just being scraped away. And lastly, they added the Starbucks, the Dunkin', and the little child care center there, and that was all on the other. So when I wake up in the morning, there's a lot going on, and it's not nature. So I'm just disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Roberta DeSimone. I've been a resident of Convent Station, Beechwood Drive for 44 years. I've been here many times. I'm just curious as to who is going to vet the developers. What kind of building plans are we going to be able to see? I live obviously close to JCP&L off Beechwood Drive, on Beechwood Drive. by the way, trying to get out of Beechwood Drive in the morning while everybody's driving 75 miles an hour up Old Glen Road. Sometimes my husband has to stand in the road and stop the traffic for me to get out. But anyway, is there going to be any kind of vetting? What are the proposals for the building that's going up on the JCP&L? Is it going to be the existing building, or is that going to be raised and new building put up? Once these buildings are up, whose responsibility is it to see that they're maintained properly? I moved to Convent Station because at the time it was very charming. It had a great reputation. I loved the look of it. It is now a strip mall between JCP&L and Friendly's. I mean, all of the places. I did not receive a letter when the Dunkin' Donuts proposal was up, and I was within the proper area to have received a letter. That was a surprise. And then also, it was a surprise that that huge TD Bank sign was going to be turned into the Dunkin' Donuts sign, which I thought was going to destroy the look of the avenue, which it did. If you've ever been in Chatham, they took their Dunkin' Donuts, and it was a charming little store. This thing looks like something out of a honky-tonk. Anyway, let's not make it any worse than it is on Madison Avenue. It's impossible. The traffic is just absolutely impossible. I don't know. Is there something else that can be done with that property? Very good. Also, I'm going to squeeze in here the Abbey. For the last 6 years, I've been asking. It's a disgrace. I don't know what this township board is doing with it, or what the developer is doing with it. Is nothing. It's a disgrace. It's crumbling. That beautiful mansion is crumbling. There are giant piles of soil in the parking lot. It's an eyesore, and property values probably have been diminished because of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Oksana Yatsi, 5 Old Glen. So first of all, I'm questioning your roles and why you're sitting even here. Each time we are doing something, and we as residents of this place here and voting for something, right? You are saying everything is going to be okay. I'm going back to 299, which is basically across from my property. You were saying that everything is going to be taken care of and everything is going to be totally fine. Right after we handed that in, right? So everything goes wrong. But the minute we call township, they're saying you have to call sanitary department or somewhere else, right? So basically what you are doing, you're just basically putting the check mark on each of your line, whatever you have to do, but do you care about us? We actually put you in those chairs. So you truly have to do something, at least consider something what you are doing for us, not for somebody else. Somebody mentioned already Abby. Now you're adding this housing, right? And you're adding so many units. Did anybody talk about even how is it going to be? We are already about crime rates. We are already about the crime rates average America, right? Now, the last few years, all the crimes that we had in the neighborhood, now, even in the morning when I have to exit and go to work, I'm praying that the police officer stands next to my property because I cannot exit. This is Old Glen. To go to Madison is a problem. To go to Woodland is a problem. To go to Turtle is a problem. How am I supposed to how are we supposed to function like this? And you are doing you are not listening a single word what we are saying. You're basically saying very nice and fancy words, right? We are going to do this. This is going to look like this and like that and like that. Nothing is like that in reality. Nothing. Truly nothing what we've done before. Nothing works the way you project it. And now you're saying this is what is going to happen. It's not going to happen like that. 100% it's not going to happen like that. Who's going to be responsible for that crime rate? Yeah, thank you.
You have 1 more minute.
You have 1 minute. Thank you. David P., your hand is up. It's been up a while. Okay. Okay.
Is that it?
Motion close.
Close, yeah.
Can I have a motion to close the public hearing on ordinance number
So moved.
05.
Second.
0526? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you, okay, Mr. Phillips.
First thing I want to say is I can assure everyone in the public that the builders did not draft the ordinances that the
Correct.
Township Committee is considering this evening. And then I'm trying to go in the order that the comments were made, Mayor. There was a comment about, there were several comments about traffic in the area and the ability for the site to handle the traffic. There was a comment, there's too much volume already. Needless to say, as we've said before, there will be, a detailed traffic studies at the time of the site plan approval. But I will say that one of the...
Okay, everybody, let him finish.
One of the things about this site is there are 3 potential points of access. There's frontage on 3 roads, and there is the potential to sort of diffuse traffic into and out of the site at the very least because of that fact. Second, there was a comment about the density and that it was too dense at this site. First of all, this is clearly a redevelopment site, and we also, as the township's professionals, thought it was a very good housing site, in part due to its proximity to Convent Station. But I will tell the public that we had a number of proposals for this site, including proposals at higher densities with a strictly multifamily product that we thought was not appropriate and out of character with the surrounding area, including the surrounding townhouses and single-family homes, which is why this zoning limits the product type to a townhouse product. There was a comment about a concentration of units in this area. We can only obviously address what we can address in Morris Township. And I will say that for all our rounds of housing, the first through the 4th round, the township's housing plan has been able to disperse units geographically throughout the township. They're not concentrated. And there are a number of other municipalities that have concentrated the units, and I think as a member of the public mentioned, some of the surrounding communities put it on the border of adjacent towns, including in Morris Township. And unfortunately, Morris Township has no control over what Florham Park or Madison can do, unfortunately. So there was a comment about the 30-foot setback from Punch Bowl Road. Actually, there was a question, could it be increased? If you basically, there was a concept that we work with this prospective developer on this property, and based on that concept and the zoning that's being considered this evening, and again, the zoning was strictly limited to townhouses, and to achieve the total yield and affordable units, the short answer to the 30-foot is no. If you want to do a townhouse, you can't increase the setback. The only potential way to do that would be to go to another product to get the yield out of the site that we need out of the site. There was a concern expressed in relation to that setback about trees being removed. The issue of whether or not trees are going to be removed from that setback will be the subject of site plan approval. And certainly there's always the potential, if there are existing trees outside the building envelope, to potentially maintain those trees. That again is an issue that would be deferred if this ordinance is passed to site plan approval. A similar comment was made about the setback with regard to the Madison Avenue corridor study, and if the setbacks being inconsistent and that the setback's deficient. It's really the same issue. The reality is if you're familiar with the site, it's not a very deep site. From Madison Avenue back to Old Turnpike, there's only so much room to accommodate development. And again, the only way to even potentially get a larger setback, potentially, would be to go to a different prototype, meaning multifamily, meaning probably a 4 to 5 story building with structured parking. The only way to achieve the density that we're achieving with limiting it to townhouses. And the township's professionals felt that that was inappropriate and out of context with the immediate neighborhood. There was a comment about a question about the St. Elizabeth property on Punch Bowl Road. And the answer to that is the zoning that was adopted back in our third round remains in place. And that zoning still would allow for that site to be developed to satisfy in part the township's third round obligation. So that remains in place today with no changes proposed this evening. I think those were my kind. I defer to Liz and Steve and Joe as well, but those were comments that I had.
I'll just add, there was a question about what happens if we don't build these numbers. And really by law, we're required to create a realistic opportunity for the development of affordable housing, which we are doing with these zoning ordinances. If the sites aren't built, but over the next 10 years, but they remain a realistic development site, that is sufficient for Fair Share Housing Center. And ultimately, what we need are the affordable units, not so much the market rate units. But our constitutional obligation is to provide the realistic opportunity. And that's what we're doing tonight.
Thank you.
Oh,
Mr.
I
Warner?
had one other.
Oh, wait, Mr. Phillips and then
I'll
Mr.
see,
Warner.
I had one
Mr.
other
Phillips.
comment. There was a comment made about the increase in the population from all this development. And again, I will just reiterate, as all the professionals were, is we have a constitutional mandate to meet this obligation. And the other thing is that I just will say that the increase in the population will be nowhere near the 20% that was, I think, represented by the member of the public, just based upon our knowledge of the number of units and the existing number of households in the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warner?
I'll try to hit most of the ones that were not already addressed by our planners. I think someone asked who vets the developer. I'm not exactly sure what they meant by vet the developer, but there was also reference to who maintains the properties, etc. If and when these realistic opportunities and if these zoning ordinances are adopted, when a developer comes with a land development application, there'll be a site plan process. It'll be heard by the planning board. Part and parcel of those processes generally include things like developers agreements, which would set forth between the township and whoever would be developing the project, what the responsibilities of those developers are. So we are not allowed to regulate who owns, who operates, who occupies, who develops, but we certainly have a tremendous amount of control over what their responsibilities and obligations are if and when they're given an approval by the planning board. There was a concern about a policy, someone got a certified letter, not a regular mail letter. The law requires certified mailings to a certain portion of the public. Our township generally has a policy where possible to actually expand beyond that. And to send regular mail even to a further group of, if I recall correctly, between 200 and 400 feet around the perimeter of the site, as opposed to just within the 200 feet. Here, we went the step of sending certified mail to everybody within 200 feet, not only of these sites you're seeing on the screens, but within 200 feet of the perimeter, as I recall, of the larger existing zone within which these sites are located, hence somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 or more certified mailings. I'm glad you got the certified mailing. And certainly every members of the public availed themselves of the opportunity to be here, which is a good thing as well. The additional questions that might be pertinent to the attorney plan. I think somebody mentioned that they saw there was a planning board meeting and they didn't feel as if there was enough of public input. If you're referring to the last planning board meeting of a week ago, that was the master plan consistency reviews for these ordinances, which led to these public hearings this evening. It's part of the same process. Ms. Laney mentioned that there would be, we're obligated to provide a realistic opportunity for the development of affordable housing. and that obligation continues. As part of this process, the state will be doing, or I should, a bid point review at 5 years in to see where we are in the process. So the obligation continues throughout the fourth round, and if determinations will be made at that point as to the progress being made with our realistic sites, and if things need to change at that point, it's conceivable that they would, but no one knows until we get there. I'm going to stay away from the planning and the engineering. Again, there was reference to where does the Affordable Housing Trust Fund money go? That is, first of all, part and parcel of this whole process has been and continuing will be that we have limitations as to what we can spend those funds on as we collect them, and we have to track it. We're audited on an annual basis by the state as to what's coming in and what it's being utilized for. I believe, and others can speak much more specifically than I, but certainly you heard about those 134 extensions of affordability controls that resulted in, together with the bonus credits, more than half our obligation being satisfied without a single unit ever being constructed. As required by law, in order to obtain those additional extensions of the existing affordable housing restrictions on all of those units out of our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the requisite, minimum requisite payment was made to each and every one of those property owners, their owner-occupied units, in order to obtain those extensions. You might say money well spent. If you did, you'd be very right. They also go towards 100% affordable housing projects, such as the one we do have, that is effectively part of our third round obligation. So monies are going there. As far as amounts and I'll defer to others who might know more about where other funds are going, but we are utilizing them. Yeah. We are collecting them, and we are utilizing them.
Mr. Quinn?
Thank you. Just a couple of other things to add. We are regulated how we can use the funds. We are using the funds for any of our 100% affordable projects that are being built either by government entities or that are being built by nonprofit organizations. We have one coming up later on for the hearing today, the supportive housing for disabled folks over at 4 Old Turnpike Road. Yes, we will be making a contribution to help with that project to make that happen. We also have a rehabilitation program for our residents that meet the income criteria, and they can apply for that for making repairs or other upgrades to their homes. Many of them are affordable housing homes that are now, that 20 to 30 year mark that need improvements, and unfortunately the folks don't have the money. So if they qualify, we then can give them assistance. There's deed restrictions on that, so they just can't take the repairs and sell the unit. They have to hold on to the unit for 10 years. And if they don't hold on for 10 years, then they have to pay us back for that. But even in the third round, any affordable housing project that, as I said, was by a government entity or a non-profit, we made contributions to those projects as we are doing here in the fourth round. So we will continue to do that. We have about $2 million in that Affordable Housing Trust Fund to fund these types of projects. But by the time we get done with this fourth round, unless there's significant more money coming in, there won't be much left. And as we talked about, there's just not enough money there to build our own projects with only that type of money.
And if I may add, Mayor,
Sure.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Quinn. That rehabilitation, those rehabilitation monies that are being spent from our Affordable Housing Trust Fund are not only noble, they're an obligation of ours as a township as part of this process. We've focused on what we call the prospective need, the 375 unit number that became less than half that as a result of our efforts after we cut that number in half almost to begin with. But also there's something called the present need, which involves obligations relative to rehabilitating existing affordable housing projects. So some of, if not much of what Mr. Quinn was talking about is not only noble, but also an obligation of ours as well. So that hopefully gives people an idea of what is being done with those funds. It's being utilized to address our obligation and in large part to minimize the development impact of our obligation on we residents.
Thank you. I just want to address one of the other things. Mr. Vooch, do you have anything?
Just briefly, the topic of the questions related here for engineering were related to traffic. Again, at the site plan level is where we see the in-depth traffic studies. Those studies are going to be similar to the process that many of you in this area may have seen with the Crum & Foster property and rehabilitation and redevelopment opportunities of the Abbey and other sites. That process includes, as this new site plan comes forward, looking at the existing, what I would call the baseline traffic evaluation, to include the sites that already have approvals, not just those that are built, but those that have approvals to be built. So sites like Restoration Hardware that have an approval, that traffic impact is assumed in the baseline. And then part of the analysis of the proposed development, as well as other development potential yield of the zone and the surrounding area for full build out of the area. It's not just in a vacuum of the one development at this moment, given the existing conditions. So that analysis is meant to be inherently comprehensive to the full build of the plan and the development potential of the area. And we will see that in the furtherance of the site plan applications.
Thank you. I just wanted to address to the comment made about that in the township and having anything to do with these sites being developed about crime. The crime in Morris Township has not gone up. So I just want to be clear to residents. We have one of the best police forces in the county. We've have a couple of them with us here tonight. I just want to be clear that crime in Morris Township is not on the rise. So I think that's important that everybody knows. Any other comments from the committee?
I do, Mayor.
Jeff.
All right, Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you.
Ray
So I wanted to comment on the testimony from Megan Burke, who is a member of our EDAC. And I was on EDAC. I'm not this year, but I participated on EDAC with her for several years. First, thank you, Megan, for volunteering your time and all the efforts you put into the Madison Avenue corridor. I agree with much of what Megan said, that this project as proposed does not reflect what was in that Madison Avenue corridor study, what the feedback was that we got from our residents. And of all the 8 projects that are being put forward, this is the one that's most problematic for me because of those reasons. So, Megan, I just want to make sure that you know that I heard you. I feel similarly, and I too am disappointed in that respect. And to the resident, I think on Old Glen Road, who said that, you know, the residents put us in these seats. Very true. You voted us in, and we have to balance a lot of different responsibilities and different obligations. This one is particularly difficult because it's mandated by the state of New Jersey, and we are trying to do the best that we can to do right by all of our residents, not just in one particular part of town, but all the residents across the town. And this was a very particularly difficult task for us to get through. I do think we did a great job by spreading out the obligation, so to speak, across the municipality. Has been said a number of times tonight. But I do hear the residents that are, you know, most impacted by these projects, and that was in our thought process as we went through the entire plan. And that's the reason why we tried to spread it out as much as possible. But everybody knows that we are limited in the number of sites that we had available to us. It's not that the whole entire municipality is open for development. So we are limited to certain sites that fit the need and the requirement and has an owner who's willing to work with us to put the affordable housing there. And this was one of those sites. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Committeeman Grayzel. Deputy Mayor Janata.
Yeah, I just want to address that some of the residents said that we don't listen, but I think we actually do listen to you, and we try to balance everything out. Everybody here and the planners and the attorneys and the engineers, they've balanced everything as best as we can, and we have been working as hard as we can on this. And as Committeeman Grayzel said, this is the end results of months and years of discussions, and we do listen to the residents and try to put those factors in there. So I would not say that we do not listen, but we do listen, and we take your comments at heart. Thanks.
Thank you. Committeeman Ravitz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just also want to echo what Mr. Grayzel had said, because he said it really, really well. We were hoping for something a little different on Madison Avenue. We all had the EDAC report in mind when we were looking at potential, sites for this, and it just didn't lend itself well because of the shape of the parcel to what EDAC had put forward, and I get the disappointment in that, because we here on the dais are disappointed too. We couldn't make that work. In terms of the process, as the deputy mayor had said, we are listening. And these are great comments, and we appreciate your concern. We appreciate the feedback, and those of us who are on the planning board, whether we're in the audience or up here on the dais, we're going to be taking these to heart very much, and we expect to hear these same comments again during site plan review. But the process, as I think before I even get to that, Mr. Grayzel had said, we're not representing one particular part of the town, and I get that people are here and they're in their little part of the town and how this kind of affects them, whether it's traffic or infrastructure or losing trees or in the environment. We get that. We really do. It's something that we have to do. The state is mandating this. We are under a time obligation with this. We have been upfront in terms of process. We have been upfront with the public every step of the way. And I understand that some of you are only here for the first time, but over the course of the last year or more than a year that we have been undergoing these discussions, we have been trying to meet court mandated deadlines. And that's why things are happening faster now than they would be if this was a standalone, any one of these was a standalone project. We have the entire township to consider, and not just, Madison Avenue or Southgate or Columbia. We're looking at the bigger picture. And I think that that's something that, if there's one thing you take away from all this, is that we up here do care, and we are looking at the bigger picture, and we are looking at what we're going to leave for the next generation of folks who are going to be the residents of this town. There.
Thank you, Committeeman Ravitz. I do just want to address the comment made too about Restoration Hardware. Believe me, we are as frustrated and upset as the residents are. This is a project that actually I wasn't even on the township committee when it was approved. It's over 5 years. I thought, wow, this is going to be great. It's going to be beautiful. They've come back before the planning board. They reduced it in size a little bit. It's been very frustrating. We are on them every other month. We keep being told, they're updating things. They've had some changes, whether it was in their architect or their engineering people or whatever. For a while, it appeared Restoration Hardware wasn't doing that well, but now they seem to be back. So we are doing everything we can. We feel the same way. We don't want to lose that building, and it continues to deteriorate day after day. So just understand, again, that's something we feel the same way you do about that particular situation. Are there any other comments on the dais? If not, may I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 0626?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Ravitz?
Yes.
Mr. Janata?
Yes.
Mr. Griselle?
No.
Mayor Gariglia?
Yes. I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 06-26 approved and adopted, and direct the Township Clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the Township website or as otherwise required by law. It is now 9:12. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back at 9:17.
We are on 0726.
I'm good, thank you. I have my Coke with me, too.
I'm good, thank you. I should be drinking my water, drinking my soda.
Everything have it? How about Airbnb?
You're doing good, Joe.
Okay, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, please read the title of ordinance 07-26 into the record.
07-26, amending Chapter 95, zoning of the Code of the Township of Morris by adding the TH5 8H zone and adopting associated regulations. 100 Southgate Parkway, Block 7101, Lot 2.
Ms. Laney, will you give us a brief overview of ordinance 07-26?
So this is for 100 Southgate Parkway, Block 7101, Lot 2. It is a approximately 0.2 acre site. It has an existing office building and associated parking. It's located to the south of Southgate Parkway and 287, adjacent to, in the close proximity to 287. James Place townhomes are to the southwest. Then there are single-family homes along Laura Lane to the east and open space to the south. The existing zone is the OL 15. Proposed zone is TH-5-AH. The zoning would permit 104 townhouses. 21 of those would be affordable units, which is a 20% set aside. And we are, in our housing plan, able to take 10 bonus credits for the redevelopment of an office building.
Thank you. May I have a motion to open the public hearing on ordinance number 07-26?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any members from the public who would like to approach the podium?
Hello, good evening. My name is Alice Kim. I live in the Rolling Hills at Blackberry neighborhood that's going to be directly impacted by this ordinance. There are 4 points that I'd like to really succinctly articulate tonight, even though it may fall on deaf ears as indicated in other ordinances. I still would like to document my disapproval. I think the first point will be around traffic and safety considerations. Recognizing that we won't go into detail about that tonight, I still want to raise this as a very viable concern. Southgate Parkway has already undergone significant infrastructure changes starting about 2 years ago, as all of you are hopefully aware, when our 4-lane parkway was truncated to 2 lanes with 1 bike path. So in addition to the vehicular traffic, there's also an active cyclist flow that must be considered as well, in addition to the residences that will be entering and exiting that block. One other thing to note here with the corporate park that you just mentioned before, there will be 2 single-lane exit and entrances coming out of that corporate park, in addition to the existing flows of traffic that I articulated before. So my question is, for this first topic, what will be the traffic mitigation strategies here if you all have thought about any of that. My second question will be around the building or the development itself. So you had shared for 227 Sussex Ave lot that the height limit will be 3 stories. I'd like to ask what the height limit for these 104 townhomes will be in this corporate park. And will the developer also plan to use the existing paved footprint, or will they also plan to demolish the existing woodland area even further? My third point is the overall impact on the Rolling Hills neighborhood. So additionally, we will also experience significant construction on the opposite side of the Rolling Hills neighborhood, if everyone is not already aware. The Planning Committee, as of last year, August 2025, has already unanimously approved a plan to change 12 lots into 11 residential areas, along with a retention basin to mitigate any kind of water table challenges that may occur from this extensive overflow. So should this ordinance now be approved, this means that the Rolling Hills neighborhood will be subject to 2 significant construction sites on both sides of the neighborhood, which will remain active over the course of several years. So as you can imagine, this is going to have significant impact on our overall quality of life, construction damage, traffic, wildlife, as well as trees overall, which was a major concern that was also raised to deaf ears, it appears, at last year's meeting. My overall feedback is my fourth point here. I am a newer homeowner, and I am honestly disgusted and appalled by the way this process has been conducted thus far. I had come into this 3.5 hours ago with high hopes of trying to have a productive dialogue, but rather I am walking away extremely disappointed and honestly embarrassed by the way our local community and our government are trying to work this out. So again, I don't think that there is any hope or, path moving forward that we can really compromise on, but I just wanted to document my extreme disapproval. And hopefully later on, when you address these questions, please refrain from any overdrawn out legalese and instead please speak
Ms.
and
Kim,
answer
you're 3
crisply and
minutes.
succinctly. Thank you.
Peter Gallerstein, 38 Laura Lane. I have one very simple question, which really was almost already asked. I'm interested in what the footprint will be of this. Will it still be the footprint of the parking lot, or will it extend further up Laura Lane? My other concern is I hope you will address the entrance to this project. I hope it does not include an exit and entrance onto Laura Lane. There are multiple homes there. There are multiple children playing in the street there. That is a bike route for the kids. The other thing is, Mr. Ravitz, I think you referred to something I said about just building the affordable housing homes, and you implied that what I got from you is that you kind of quoted me as saying, "Oh, we should all put it in one place." That was not my intention at all. What I was trying to say is that we would welcome all housing, but maybe instead of going 4-to-1 or 20%, 4-to-1, is there a builder who would be willing to go 3-to-1? Are you allowed to do that? If you found a builder who was willing to do, 3 market housing for each affordable housing, is that allowed by law? And did you ever look at that possibility? I think, as you've heard, no one here has said a word about that. We don't want affordable housing. I mean, we all moved to this area to be in a diverse situation. We sent our kids to the public schools. So, if I didn't want this, I would have moved to Mountain Lakes or someplace real, white bread, kind of homogenous place like that. And the other thing is that you've used the word obligation an awful lot, you're experts. I take offense at that. I mean, we should do, we're asking for things not because we have an obligation. We ask for things because we enjoy this neighborhood, we enjoy the people in it, and we want to continue to doing so. And I'm a little disappointed that all the comments here tonight don't seem to have any effect whatsoever. I mean, and I respect all the people on the board. I know them from other organizations and hopefully, but I only need 30 seconds. I'm really disappointed that you've sat here and you've kind of nod your heads and yet then just go ahead and pass it. And it's, what's the purpose of this? What's the purpose of this meeting? I think it seems that the decision was made, 3.5 hours ago. And I'm disappointed by the fact of the lack of, you've been polite, but not responsive.
Thank you.
Pam Russell, I live down the street from 100 Southgate. I think 104 units is very dense for this property. When I look at it, I just can't imagine where you're putting 104 units. As far as I can tell, the map that was used to calculate the developable area did not include that there is a very wide national gas pipeline on the property. It does not include that there's the Great Brook Waterway on the property. So I don't know how that has been factored into the density. As another neighbor said, we have a development going on at the top of the hill, and then we have this at the bottom of the hill. So will we face construction going out both ways of the neighborhood? Has any water and sewer analysis been done? Will this reduce our water pressure? Has any traffic analysis been done? There's been some mention that you have a lot of extra credits that you're from this process that you can roll forward for the future. If you have all these extra credits, why aren't you using them to reduce density on some of these projects? Overall, I think this project, if done nicely, it could be an improvement to an obsolete office building at the end of our, but no one has taken the time to focus on the details. Is it 3 stories? If these are townhouses, if this is gonna be nice like James Street, why aren't they 2 stories? I'm also trying to confirm are these, according to this chart, it says sales. It says everything's sales except for Columbia Road, which is listed as rentals. But then the planner testified at the planning meeting that you can't zone rental or sales, which I've never heard of. We always zone multifamily, single family, townhomes. So when I read this, I assume that townhomes means market rate ownership townhomes. So that's another point of clarification. I don't think it's as terrible for us if this is nice townhomes like James Street, but it has not been clarified. And there's just a lot of questions that the traffic, as a prior neighbor said, the other day, I couldn't even pull over for a cop car on Southgate Parkway. It's so narrow now that the cop car that has to go whizzing by me, there's hardly any shoulder there now. You have bikes going down. It's, 4 lanes to 2 lanes. And now you're adding in 104 units. And then when you say you've been very transparent too, overall, this chart, which was also used at the planning board meeting, doesn't have the totals anywhere. You only list the affordable units. So a lot of people in the public don't understand that totals are 794 new units, almost 800 units you're adding. So times that by the amount of people in each unit and what that does to school and services and water and sewer. You have not been overly transparent with 800 units. And the process is offensive. Tax-paying residents who care about our town and have lived here, I have lived here since 1993, get 3 minutes. We get cut off for 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the developer in all the TCC meetings and back talks and the proposals that got accepted, did they get 3 minutes? How were they cut off? Why do we only get 3 minutes? Thank you.
Terry Hadzina. I want to go back to the 571 units that were cut back through negotiations. From 307, they brought it up to 375, and that was the agreed amount, I guess, with Fair Share Housing and the Builders Association. You said 203 of those units were already units that were built in the township, of which many people signed off for $10,000 to extend them 30 years. But someone can tell me if my math is correct, my thinking is correct. If you took the 375 units and you minus 203, you get 172 units. And unless they've changed the law, which they could have, I believe that for rentals, the township would get two
Credits?
Credits, thank you very much, Mr. Quinn. 2 credits for every rental. So if you divided 172 by 2, making the units rentals, it would appear as if the town would only need 86 rental units to fulfill what they had seemed to have agreed upon through court proceedings at this point in time. I may be wrong, but I'm just wondering about that. I also wonder about Harding Township. I was here from 1994 on when Harding Township built their affordable housing on the corner of Kittrell and Woodland. They hooked into our sewer systems. How did Harding acquire that property? Was it already open space that was in their portfolio? And how did they actually get those units built? And how many units did they build at the time? And how are they building the new units that they're building in the foreseeable future? I'd like to have an answer to that from the committee, because I'm wondering why we couldn't have done something similar to like what Harding did. If not now, why didn't we do it beforehand? I have another question. I'm assuming this is the first time that the public has really gotten to discuss with the committee. Thank you very much. The committee about what is going on in our neighborhoods. And so I'm asking, whatever happened to Kathy Wilson's thought of having, is it a charade where you get the neighborhoods together and you ask them ahead of time before you've generated these ordinances, what they think and where they think and what the problems are if you put it in their neighborhood? That's another question I have for the committee. And the last one is, I believe in May of 2021, you had a land use ordinance that you passed, which said that you would give public notice 21 days to the people before the first of, sorry, I got to get to my notes here. But 21 days notice you would give to the public prior to the first meeting. Why didn't that happen here? I'm sure you must have known about the March 15th date a long time ago. Thank you.
We did do that, but that's 19 days.
Hi, it's George Tallarico, Blackberry Lane. I just have a couple quick questions. I guess Mr. Warner used the term adaptive reuse. I think that was his term, that many of these, they're going to reuse it. And I take it you don't mean they're going to reuse this building, right? This building is going to get demolished. That's my one question. And the other planner, you mentioned that 300 Madison Avenue, you had multiple proposals that you considered. Likewise, were there multiple proposals for 100 Southgate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marissa Hedge, and I live at 30 Laura Lane. There's much about the way this whole process works that's very confusing to me. This is not a world that I normally exist in, but I want to reiterate a lot of the comments and feelings that were expressed by my fellow citizens of Morris Township. It seems very suboptimal, this process, truly. I don't even know what question to ask you other than maybe keep it simple. Like, one of the biggest concerns about this development for me is that I don't want to see all of those houses, flow into Laura Lane. So how can you assure me, Morris Township Committee, that when you build this development, all of those cars aren't going to be flowing back towards our neighborhood where our children play and do those things? So I'm going to keep it simple. What's the process for assuring me that that's not going to happen? And I'll make one other comment. When you approved the development in Blackberry for those 12 homes, I asked what was the assurance that I wasn't going to be flooded as a result? And really, there is none. And my only recourse, I think we discussed, was I would sue afterwards. There was a home in my neighborhood that built a built-in swimming pool. As a result of that, later, our front lawn became a lake. We had to put in additional drainage, which was quite an expensive proposition for us. So you can understand the concerns of all of these citizens. This is going to degrade our quality of life. It's going to add a lot of concerns. It's going to change the feel of our neighborhood. So I'm going to keep my question really simple. How can you assure me that the flow of traffic will not come back into Laura Lane? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Arthur
evening.
Hedge, 30 Laura Lane. Again, like my wife, I don't live in the construction business. I don't know what's going on here. I've lived on Laura Lane. No one has ever told us about this. We never got any mail, notice that they're building this huge development on our property. I live within 500 yards of that. No one's notified us. No one in our neighborhood has been consulted on this or what should be done. No feedback was given. You're just going to go up here to approve this tonight without any feedback from the people that it's going to be affected by it. What, are you a public servant or are you in the hands of the developers? Why are you doing this without consulting anyone who lives in the neighborhood? I asked that question, and it didn't happen with the other one either. That was approved and all designed before I got any feedback from the neighborhood. Why is that? Why do we not matter? Why do you not talk to us? I'd like to know the answer to those questions. Please consider the people who actually live here and not the developers that you talk to. Talk to us. Thank you very much. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
John Muschin, 24 Laura Lane, next door to Arthur. I'm probably one of the closer homes. I'm right here to that, and I agree. I did not get any notifications from planning board or anything on this. I did get a letter in the mail. I did not get any certified mail. I'm assuming that that's all documented with the town, right? So and that's something we could request, okay, which we will be doing. And I'm also assuming the trust fund spending is all public information that we could do with the Oprah request. Okay, thank you. The question, I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but why is this ordinance different than James Place? That's a question I'd like to have answered before, tonight. Because, James Place, I think we all agree is a pretty successful and nice unit. And that is a concern that it seems like there's more units going in and I don't understand why it would be a different ordinance on that end. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I say one more thing? I don't think I used my 3 minutes. And just one other thing, I appreciate the sentiment that you guys are listening, but I do agree. This is how it's coming from the public. We're getting 5 minutes or even 3 minutes to tell you what we're saying, and then you're voting. You came here with a vote. I understand. I've sat in that seat multiple times before. We should have been voting way beforehand, just for even the general public. I understand that that's hard to do when you're opening it up, but listening 4 minutes before you guys vote on something that you guys already determined, and we all know you've already determined it, but you at least should have given us a little more chance to do that. Thank you.
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. I think Ms. Zinga brought up an issue before. I think she referred to them as perhaps a land use ordinance. I think it's actually a resolution that was passed a number of years ago. I think it lives right on our township website and page, which talks about how we can perhaps in the future, maybe not tonight, maybe we should have, could have, would have, but that resolutions were put into place to prevent this type of atmosphere and this type of thing from happening tonight. From my perspective, I've been in town for 30 years and have been attending meetings for 30 years. I also sit on the zoning board. And as I sit here and listen to this, I'm sort of saying, well, there's nothing new under the sun here, right? They're in a tough position because this is mandated by the state. Their hands are sort of tied. But again, from the public's perspective, you feel like you're late to the game. You're not getting in information. They're not talking to you, and it's not ideal, right? So there were opportunities to bring folks into the process earlier. We actually addressed this in 2021, and would like to think, again, we're going through round 4 now, but in the future, I know it doesn't help for tonight, but to sort of have a process where people do feel that they're heard earlier and sooner would, I think, alleviate a lot of the confusion that people are feeling tonight. So I know Mrs. Zanga brought it up earlier. So if we could address maybe, again, I know there were some rules with 21 days advance notice and also some sort of public session before we got to a night like tonight. And why wasn't perhaps that implemented, or if time didn't permit it, or it was chosen not to be addressed or implemented? That would be, I think, helpful to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Julie Hobart, 210 Mount Kimball Ave. Just wondering, does the township have any small parcels of land, like 3, 4, 5 acres, that we could build 100% affordable housing like Harding has done with the farm? I mean, they're cute. We don't have to make one quite as big, because I think that's like 8 acres or 8.5 acres. If we had small parcels, that could chalk up a lot of our requirement.
Thank you.
Hi, Jocelyn Grizzetti, 25 Blackberry Lane. To me, and apparently to most everyone here, it appears that this project is well beyond the zoning phase. So I echo what everybody else has been asking and saying regarding the overdevelopment. But my question to you is, since we're so far really along in this phase, have you given, what's the town's thought process on the schools? Like, what are we going to do about the schools? What are we going to do about our police force and our EMS? Like, how have you thought about that yet, considering, this is so far along, and it's unfortunately a moot point. And I'm very disappointed in the fact that we had, the certified letter was incorrect, and we have not been, it's not as transparent as you may think. And I think going forward with the township, that's something that really should be improved, because the word really isn't getting out. Whether I don't know what to do differently, but I'm thinking about it. So I'm just really concerned about the schools, and I'm actually very concerned about on 25 Blackberry. I love it there. It's definitely busy, but I love seeing runners. I love seeing cyclists, and I love seeing the walkers from the town. From our neighborhood and from Atlantic Health. They're walking around. It's just good to see the energy and the activity, and that people are enjoying our roads. And I'm just afraid with that extra traffic that we're gonna lose that. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's not anybody else here in the room. I see no hands raised on Zoom. So we'll turn this over. We'll start to answer.
Oh, we have to close it.
Oh, God, why do I always forget it? See, I don't want to close public comment. Talk about. Is there a motion to close public comment on ordinance number 07-26?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Sure. Again, I'm going to try and go in the order of the comments based on my notes. The initial comment was with regard to traffic, and there was a question about whether there would be traffic mitigation strategies vis-a-vis the site. And again, don't want to meet a dead horse, but the detailed traffic studies and the issue of traffic access to and from the site will ultimately occur if this ordinance is passed at the time a site plan application is filed with the planning board. And I only note, which everybody knows already in that regard, that this site has 2 potential means of access. I think there was a question about the allowable height in the zone. I just want to make it clear that the allowable height is a 3-story maximum, like many other zones where conventional townhouses are the predominant market rate product, which is the case here. There was a question about how much area of the site will be disturbed to accommodate development, and will the building be demolished. I think it's safe to say that the building will be demolished if a developer pursues this zoning, again, if it's adopted. And again, it is clearly, in answer to the gentleman's question, it's not an adaptive reuse in the sense that the building is going to be maintained. That building would be demolished and replaced with townhouses. Along those same lines, there was a query about where on the site would the development occur, given the fact that it's an already developed and disturbed site. What I can tell the public is the limits of disturbance will be based on several of the key underlying zoning parameters, including there's limits on total amount of building coverage, total improved lot coverage. There are setback requirements, and obviously there also will be limits in terms of if there are any environmentally sensitive areas on the property, and there are on this property. So all those factors combined will basically determine where the new development will occur. Again, there was a comment about an opinion that the development for the site was too dense. I would only again respond that, again, we restricted the development here to conventional townhouses at a density that is consistent with the existing township zone scheme in other areas where townhouses and inclusionary development basically is adjacent or across the street from single-family housing. There was a query about utilization of rental bonus credits. Boy, we would have loved to have been able to use rental bonus comments, but in answer to the question, they did change the law. And there is no opportunity in the fourth round, no longer an opportunity to claim a rental bonus credit, which we were able to take during the third round, so the township could not avail itself of those bonus credits in this round. There was some comments about Harding's plan, which I am not familiar with, so I'm really not in a position to address what they did or didn't do. Why, I guess, were about the issue of planning charrettes. I mean, realistically, even if we wanted to do planning charrettes, again, as others have mentioned, given what I thought were unbelievably tight timeframes in the legislation, I think it would have been physically impossible, even if we wanted to try and do planning charrettes for the site, given all these month-to-month deadlines. I mean, realistically, honestly, candidly, it just would have been impossible to do again.
Yeah, and I'm only going to interrupt you, Mr. Phillips, because I want the people in this room to understand, and I don't know how many of them were, but we did have the planners, and Steve, we got out of this ahead of every other municipality 2 years ago. We had a big public meeting. You talked all about what the fourth round was, what the deadlines were going to be, way ahead of anybody else. We had it up on the website. We continue to try to do those types of things by every time we could get in front of it. So all I'm saying is I understand the frustration and some people here saying, that we did everything we could. The timelines were so tight to even get together this group to try to do some kind of a public meeting was practically impossible. And I'm only going to say this, we do appreciate, and people come out when they're upset about something. But my point is, if you come to the township committee meetings, which usually there's a press person and 2 other people sitting here. If you follow Municipal Messenger, just check the website every once in a while. Just read the local press on your computer. This stuff's been on the front page for weeks now about everything we're doing. So it is, I understand it, and we get it. And the other thing I'm just going to say this, interjecting here, and when you ask what should you do about it, get more involved. Come to the meetings. They're all open. Come to all our other meetings. Run for office. The more you know, the more you know. That's all I'm saying. So we did try to do that. And I'll get to the other piece later when you're finished about the 21 days notice. We did do. So anyway, continue, Mr. Phillips.
Don't look, I'm speaking. And I'm entitled to look. I have that constitutional right as a resident.
Excuse me, sir, you're out of order in the audience.
Sir.
You're out of order in the audience.
Mr. Phillips, continue.
Yeah, I don't want to beat this to death, and I understand the frustration from the public about the timing, but I think the question or comment was not was with regard to the particular sites. You know, why weren't they gone to charrette? And the reality is that the time frame that we had from the point of which we settled on the number to the point of which we had to have a housing plan in place with all the sites was ridiculous. What was it, like a month and a half or 2 months?
Not that long.
It was a month and a half to 2 months. It would have been a physical impossibility to do it and basically to comply with the deadline. But again, I don't want to beat that to death. I think we've all kind of captured that frustration, Mayor. There was a question whether multiple proposals for this 100 Southgate site. There really weren't multiple proposals here, and the reason is that the township professionals believed that only a townhouse, a conventional townhouse product was appropriate for this site at the prescribed density, again, given the surrounding land use context. And any other product, whether it be multifamily or a stacked townhouse product, basically we felt was inappropriate, and this is the product that we pursued, and this is the product that is basically memorialized in the ordinance that you're considering this evening. And the last thing I have, because I'm going to punt to you, Steve, on schools, but the last thing I have is why is this ordinance different, I think, than James Place? And really the short answer is all of these ordinances are different. They're all different to some extent, even though the product type may be the same, even though the density may be very similar. And the reason is that the zoning for these sites and any other prior round site, the inclusionary sites, was basically tailor-made to take into account the characteristics of the site, largely the size and shape. So it's no, one size fits all, and that's the reason why they're all sometimes different, sometimes only nuanced in terms of the differences. And that, I don't know if you had anything else that I may have missed.
Just one note, an audience member asked about the, something I'd said at the planning board meeting, that the ordinances couldn't include whether something was required to be rental or required to be ownership. That is true. They can't be in the ordinances. They are in our plan, though. And for the most part, the townhomes are ownership and multifamily is rental.
Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it was Mr. Goldberg and others referenced the fact that we have a resolution that I believe provides, and I'm paraphrasing, for us to strive to provide, I believe it might be 21 days notice as opposed to the requisite 10 days notice under the law.
21 days instead of 10.
21 instead of 10. And I believe we also try to, where we can, go 200 feet, if you will, beyond
To 400.
the legal requisite for notice, the perimeter of the sites generally, 200 feet around the perimeter. We try to go 400 feet. That's the certified and regular mailing. In this particular circumstance, for the reasons that have been beaten to death already, and your state legislature is where you should go, because they dictate, unfortunately, to us, and as a municipality, they preempt us, and we must abide by those state statutes. But because of that, notwithstanding all the efforts made by everyone involved, we could not do 21 days notice. I believe we got somewhere, we got things out the day after, as best we could.
Weekend.
The
It was the
township,
19th.
after the introduction of the ordinances on the 18th, on the 19th, which I believe is somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 days from here. I didn't go to school for math. If I did, well, in any event, I'll save the jokes. I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of, as best we could, 18 days instead of the 10 days requisite. I'm familiar with a lot of municipalities and how they operate. I have not come across a municipality in the state of New Jersey that provides roughly twice, if not more, the notice required by law in time frame, and perhaps twice as much as is required by law in geographic proximity. So frankly, I applaud our township's efforts to do that. But in this case, because of the state statute and the deadlines in the state statute, it became an impossibility we were only able to do almost twice as much as opposed to the twice as much that the township strives for. The
Schools, yes, schools.
yeah, I'm going to say that one. I will get to it though. I believe there was a concern about the density here for this particular project. If my math's correct, and I've already admitted it's not the best, so maybe Paul or Liz can help. But I believe generally for the entire site, the density here is 5 units to the acre gross. And even on a net basis, if you include the environmental constraints, I believe it's still in the neighborhood of 10 units per acre or thereabouts. So while different people have different views of what high density is, townhouse zoning in this municipality in certain areas, as of right, are in the neighborhood of 8 and 10 acres to, 8 or 10 units to the acre. So that's for comparison purposes. We got the bonus credits. There was reference to the 11 unit, not 12 unit, 11 unit in one lot. That was a stormwater basin project that was approved recently at the planning board level. I believe we're beyond the 45-day appeal period, but regardless, that was, for the most part, as I recall, an as-of-right development for that particular applicant. I believe it was single-family dwellings.
Nice.
And there may have been some relatively modest bulk deviations associated with it. The planning board had a public hearing and made that determination, but it was an as-of-right development for the most part, as I recall. And I think people talked about the extent to which, for zoning purposes and land development application purposes, we are precluded from considering impacts on tax ratables, on property values, on school issues, as much as you and I may think that sounds counterintuitive. It is the law generally that governs us when we're considering zoning and when we're considering land development applications before our respective land use boards, the planning board and the zoning board. And I don't write any of those laws. I think that's it.
Schools.
He just addressed the school issue.
Precluded. The state
The
does
state-
not allow us to consider
The effects on
the
the school
impacts on
system.
schools and municipal services and even property values for purposes of zoning, particularly to the extent we have to meet our affordable housing obligation. There's that word obligation. Somebody took issue with the word obligation. It is in the statute. It's in the Mount Laurel decisions that govern us. And no one uses that term, and I certainly don't use the term for any reason other than the accuracy of the term. The term is it's referred to as our constitutional obligation to create a realistic opportunity for low and moderate income housing. And our number is our prospective need obligation. It doesn't mean anything other than it's a term that is defined. And so we use it for accuracy. Facts matter.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Mr. Vooch?
So briefly to touch on the environmental constraints of the property, similar to what we discussed in the earlier hearings. In this case, this is the Great Brook running mostly north to south along Southgate Parkway on the west side of the property. It is similarly classified as a freshwater, non-trout water. The riparian on that is assumed to be, again, a 150-foot buffer. There are wetlands on both the north and south side of the existing access to Southgate. That did affect the James Place application at the time it was developed, and similarly create constraints on this development, as well as the flood hazard area. The existing footprint of the parking area is particularly on that western side, is roughly where the prior flood hazard area line had been established in the FEMA mapping. That is more closely represented in the current mapping that was just released to be the critical floodway areas. And then there is an additional zone eastward into the developed footprint of some of the outer parking areas. That is the rest of the 100-year floodplain. So in development application, the site will be constrained, particularly on that side, to the existing footprint, and existing areas that have been developed for redevelopment and areas that are existing natural and vegetated would be highly constrained by DEP in their permitting process, not to allow, so to speak, horse trading between the two. So what you see as that western edge of the development will be a very familiar edge to the proposed development when it goes through the site plan process.
Thank you. Any comments from the dais?
Comments, Mayor.
Okay.
This
Oh.
Shut up, bud.
I thought you said no.
This particular project is the one that's closest to my residence. I just want to remind everybody that all of us up here are residents, except for our attorney. We're all residents. So we all have the interests of Morris Township in mind because we also pay the taxes. This particular plan on Southgate, or the rezoning on Southgate, is near and dear to me. And one of the things that I heard from one of the residents was how we've narrowed the lanes. We've added bike lanes in each direction. We've also added a sidewalk. And for those residents who may not be aware, this is something that this governing body and all the governing bodies that I have been on since I've been on the township committee has strived to do, is through our transportation advisory committee, is to put sidewalks between points of interest. So what we did on Southgate, and I don't know if you know this, we won an award for that road.
We did.
All right, so on the redesign of that road. So what we've done is we've calmed traffic by narrowing the road from 2 lanes in each direction to 1 with a bike path. We connected the James Street sidewalk from James Street to basically the end of Southgate, and you can cross the street to the stables and to Ginty Pool. So we are doing this to get people certainly residents, to get people out of their cars, onto their bikes, onto their feet, so we actually will reduce the amount of traffic, which is something that all of us up here have heard from residents. The cars go too fast, there's too much traffic. This is one of the ways that we have done this in the township. As for the plan, I like to walk there. I'm a power walker. I walk in that area. So I love walking in that particular lot. I'm not going to have access to it anymore, but I'll recover from that. But I just wanted to talk about, that particular process. In addition, one of the things that I really want to stress here, and I know we've got 3 more amendments, 3 more ordinance to go through, is that because of the time constraints that Liz and Paul and Steve we've been talking about all this time, we were under such tremendous time constraints to get something out, and we couldn't engage the public in the manner that we would have liked to had any of these been standalone products. If we don't pass this, the township loses control of all of these sites. So a builder can come in and say, I don't care what plan you saw before, this is what I'm building, and you can't say boo about it. So this is really important to us here up on the dais, that we retain control of these sites to the best that we can, and so they comply to our ordinances rather than having a court force high density housing that may not look anything like what we're seeing here. So we are doing the best we can up here. And I want you to know that because it's the God's honest truth. Mayor?
Thank you, Committeeman Ravitz. No comments?
Mayor?
Mr. Grazel?
Thank you. I just wanted to reflect a little further on your interjection earlier in this session and understand the frustration in the room and let the residents know that the frustration, as Mr. Ravitz just said, extends to the Township Committee too. I know that we are your first point of contact as local representatives, but just reminding everybody this was a mandate from the state of New Jersey that we had to follow through on in an extremely short period of time. Earlier tonight, I said this was likely in my 13 years the most difficult process that I've had to endure as a committeeman to make sure that we were doing the right thing by our residents. And the residents are residents of the entirety of Morris Township, not just the individual areas, but we have to do right by everybody. And the frustration is that we had such a short timeline and that we are not allowed to take into account school, the school children that might be coming in and all the other issues that Mr. Warner told us about. And so we are frustrated too with the process. And you have every right to be frustrated with us, but I just want to let the public know that they should also be frustrated with some of their state representatives foisting this on us on such a short timeline. So feel free to be upset with us, but know that this was a mandate that we had to meet in a very short period of time. And just if you're frustrated, please extend those frustrations to your state representatives as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Committeeman Grazel. And I just want to add to that as well that you're absolutely correct. And I can't tell you how many times mayors from surrounding municipalities got together, regardless of what party they were from, all frustrated with the state. None of the municipalities in the state of New Jersey were asked for their input when the state made these decisions. None of them. So that was extremely frustrating. And like I said, if you had been at some of the meetings, many of the committee people on the dais spoke out up to 2 years ago about that frustration and this just being given to us and said, you have to comply. You're obligated to do this. It didn't matter. No matter what, we all tried to fight back and we were just told it's what we had to do. If there are no other comments, may I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 07-26?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Griselle,
Yes.
Mr. Janata,
Yes.
Mr. Ravitz?
Yes.
Mayor Griglia?
Yes. I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 07-26 approved and adopted and direct the Township Clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the Township website or as otherwise required by law. Madam Clerk, please read the title of ordinance 08-26 into the record.
08-26, amending Chapter 95, zoning of the Code of the Township of Morris by adding the TH6AH2 zone and adopting associated regulations. 291 James Street, Block 6705, Lot 5.
Ms. Laney, can we
Yeah.
please have a brief overview?
Thank you, Mayor. This is 291 James Street, Block 6705, Lot 5. This is a 3-acre site on the west side of James Street. It is surrounded by single-family homes, but further to the north is the church and then the James Street Commons development. The existing zoning is the RA 35. The proposed zone is TH-6-AH. We have here on this slide that it's 13 townhomes, but actually the ordinance allows up to 15 townhomes. And 3 of those would be affordable units, which would be a 20% set aside.
Thank you. May I have a motion to open the public hearing on ordinance number 08-26?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any members from the public who would like to speak?
I'd like to speak. I'm Donna Camerata. I live at 52 Raven Drive in Morris Township. I have been here for 34 years, and I'm very upset with this town because I've been a volunteer for 3 years with the town as a senior, and I've run into just frustration. Everything I try to bring to the town, and now I get a letter, and they don't even know the right day of the, I mean, it's embarrassing. I've been living here for 34 years in Dorset Hollow. They never told us anything. My neighbors don't know anything, and they want to put we can't even get out of our complex in the morning. At night, we can't get back in. 287 is a parking lot, and they want to add all these units right by 287. So I just am so disgusted with this town and the people on the board, what they've done to us and how they're sneaking all this stuff through. And if you go for help, you just get ignored. You don't get return phone calls. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Colby. I'm hungry as tired. I lost my passion. So I lived at 292 James with my family, directly across from 291. If you look at the area within a quarter-mile strip of where we live, you have Dorset, you have James Street Commons, and you also have James Place. Additionally, you want to add on another 100 units on Southgate. So if you look at the size of this property, it's a 3-acre lot. Do you really need to consume that for condos and affordable housing? To me, it is just going way beyond the boundaries of what we're trying to do here. I don't know if we're leveraging 3 credits and allowing us, the contractor or developer, to grab some extra units, but to me, it's not appropriate for that property in that area. Secondly, I believe also on 291 James, there are wetlands. I don't know if an environmental impact study was done on those. On my property, it's wet all the time, sump up 24/7. The backside of my property butts up basically to the Great Swamp. You can't develop on that. But I know they backfilled on Dorset. They probably backfilled on James Place as well. So I'm assuming it's going to affect the wetlands on that property as well. How is it going to affect my property? I'll be selfish on this. What's going to happen to my property? I don't want to look out my front window. I'm not even sure what the market value is of these condos going in. You have, I believe, James Street Commons. I believe that's affordable housing already. Those are $500,000 units. You have James Place. Those are $1 million units. You have Dorset. They're probably $800,000 to $900,000 units. What will we be getting if the decision has already been made? What will be going across the street from me? When we bought this house, anyway, part of our portfolio for retirement was to basically upgrade the property and sell it at some point in my life. Will I have to basically review how I'm going to retire and pull the money I had planned for retirement out of this property now that they're going to be building across the street? So, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, John Pine, 293 James Street. I'm next door to this property. I want to echo what my neighbor just said. There are 2 sides of this property that are wetlands. We've done our best to kind of care for that since we moved there 15 years ago. One of the questions I have is that, what's the proper buffer here? Because in the research I've done, it's somewhere between 100 and 150 feet. In the survey that I got a year ago, it said 50, and what I received 2 weeks ago, it says 25 feet from the property line. That property line is wetlands. Those wetlands, what else do I got here? This is a migratory pathway for both wildlife and birds. If they come through all the time, they transverse across all these properties. That's going to get disturbed and interrupted. I've been calling the town for several years about this property. I've been assured that this could never happen because of the wetlands. And so I'd like to know what has changed. Why has the town changed their position all of a sudden? And the other thing that does not make sense to me, as you look at this, this is a single family unit home surrounded by single family unit homes. And you want to put a multi-unit family dwelling in the middle of all of it. It just does not make sense to me, and I would ask, are there any other situations like this in the township? Because I'd be hard pressed to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bill Robinson, 9 Spring Hill Lane. I have 2 questions and 1 observation. My first question is, a lot of the concerns that people have raised are about the increased density, the schools and so on. Has anyone looked at what this is going to do to the master plan, if the master plan still exists? Like what's Morristown going to look like in 5 or 10 years? You know, is it going to look like Union or something like that? Or is it going to maintain the character that we all want, which is like a more balanced density? So that's question number 1. Question number 2. Somebody raised a point about what Harding did to address this train that's approaching us, that's coming from the New Jersey state mandates. And we've come up with this way of addressing that. But are there other possible solutions? You know, what are the other towns doing? So that's a question there. And then my third point is an observation. We've said that this is very balanced. We've spread the weight, the obligation, to use the word, around the town. But it seems that all but one of these plans is in the eastern part of the township. The only one that isn't, as I understand it, is the one on Sussex. So I'm wondering why that is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bob Dodge. I live at 107 Harder Road. I'm affected by 291. I've lived there for 22 years. This property was purchased by a landscape company called Pisani. They came in, started taking down trees unauthorized. They got chastised by the town for that. They caused wetlands that I didn't really have on my property. All of a sudden, I have a wet backyard. And there is so much wetlands there. I went by the other day walking my dog, and there was like a swamp there just the other day, and there was no rain. And it was like a swamp. I can't believe that Pisani he was trying to apply for this type of a townhouse construction. Denied. No way it's going to happen. All of a sudden, because you have to mandate obligation, you rubber stamp a project that should absolutely not happen. And the amount of notice that we got here for 1 week to come, 10 days, 21 days, you argue 18 days, 19 days, we got letters. This is ridiculous. If you guys started this process 3 years ago, we should have been involved in this 3 years ago. Not tonight, where you're going to all yay. I heard 1 nay all night. This was just a rubber stamp. We're wasting our time here. We're frustrated. You hear our frustration, but what does that mean? You guys have made up your mind. You're going to do it because you have to do it. And I understand that part of it. But this is ridiculous. This was not well planned. And it is a disgrace to Morris Township. I hope we get more input when it comes to site plans, that we're going to be involved early, not at the last minute when it's already decided. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's good. Here we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. I guess my first question would be either for the planning board attorney or any of the township committee members that sit on the planning board who were at the courtesy review last week on this particular tract, can just elaborate, how that master plan courtesy review could view this particular lot and the proposed development on it as consistent with the master plan. So I'd be interested to learn what the rationale is there. It definitely presents as sort of 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag with all the residential stuff going on around it. I'm a little taken aback at the juxtaposition of what's proposed there versus the residential neighborhood that it's in, and would also be curious to know, and if it's not our business and you can't reveal that, that's understandable as well, but I'm not familiar with any other time, or maybe I'm misconstrued on this, where a residential property like this was then sort of adapted into a affordable housing rezoning or plan. So I'm not sure if the township approached the landowner or if the landowner approached the township, or there might be other people in the township who maybe live on multiple acres who may like to consider their spot as a good spot. So I'm not really sure how this came to fruition. So anything that can be elaborated on that would certainly be helpful to know.
Thank you.
Julie Hobart, 210 Mount Kimball Ave. Back to my previous question that I didn't hear an answer. Does the municipality have small acreage of land that we could build our own affordable units? Seeing that this is only 3 acres, does the town not have 3 acres that we could relinquish to a builder and have him build 13 homes at perhaps in a better location than in this neighborhood?
Hi, I'm Tanya Pine from 293 James Street. I just want to reiterate what my husband said. I was there with him every time he would call the township. We knew that Mr. Bassani was trying to regrade our wetlands next to our home. We caught him and his workers cutting down trees in our wetlands. He said he was trying to move the water. We were very aware of what he was trying to do, trying to be a good neighbor to him and give him the benefit of the doubt. It's very upsetting. Every time my husband would call and ask, is this something that's going to happen? And he was told multiple times, you lied to him, whoever he spoke to. They said this would never happen in between these residential homes. So we would like to know why all of a sudden, in between our homes, you're going to build townhomes. And I would like to know why he was lied to, because this was just 8 months ago that he spoke to someone from the township. And we were told this would never happen on that property. This would not be rezoned. So we'd like to know how this was rezoned, and with the wetlands there, how close this will be to our property, and just like all the other residents, what this is going to do to our property when it does flood, because similar to all of you, our sump pump runs all the time. So we've heard other people say that, oh, things have changed and then they have flooding. And then that's going to come down on us to take care of that ourselves. The cost will go to us as homeowners. Thank you.
My question is, because this is currently zoned as
State your
single
name
family,
again.
this is currently zoned as single family residential.
State your name again.
Oh, Pam Russell. This, to me, is the same as Sussex. I don't understand how you can take either an open space government use zone or a single family residential zone and be rezoning that for high density housing. The other ones were, and before it was stated that all but one is an adaptive reuse. That's not correct. This is single family residential zone. So if you can be forced to put affordable housing in a single family residential zone in future rounds, like, where does it end? If you're forced to be able to put it on open space and single family, I just don't understand how it ever ends. I mean, these are not, the office buildings make sense because they're, you know, they're having vacancy issues, as you stated at the beginning. You take a Class C obsolete office building and you put some nice townhouses. That makes sense in terms of zoning and planning. But taking a single family residential zone, 35, and putting affordable housing makes no sense from a planning perspective. I don't think it is consistent with our master plan, and I think it's a terrible precedent for the rest of our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jocelyn Grizzetti, 25 Blackberry Lane. I just
Wanted to reiterate that I don't think my question was answered about the schools. I know schools are not taken into consideration along with essential services when the affordable housing mandate comes down. So my question was, have you, and it may be just a simple yes or no, I'm just curious, have you thought about what we are going to do with our schools? Because it's undoubtedly going to be a problem. I mean, my daughter graduated Morristown High School in 2021, and I know then they had to eat lunch on the floor. There's like no room for these kids to eat lunch. They're eating on the floor, and who knows where else. But I mean, that's something that's definitely concerning. So schools, essential services, has there been thought yet about how we're going to handle all of that? So that was really my question. And then my other question is, when do we know about the like the site planning? Because I sat through the multiple rounds of the Ketch Road debacle, and I know the residents, they were extremely unhappy, rightfully so, and they were requesting the entrance and exit for this affordable housing to be moved from Ketch Road to Hanover. And again, it was a situation where it was too little too late. Like the decision was already made and planned, and they were voicing, you know, very legitimate concerns. I mean, it's a dangerous entrance and exit where, you know, there's a soccer field and a playground and a blind hill. So my question is, I want to come because I know there's that back entrance onto Southgate. So I'm going back to Southgate here. So I want to come to the meeting where I can hear what the plan is for that entrance and exit to the 100 Southgate. So I will look for that. I do look for that. I consider myself pretty involved, and sometimes it's not very easy to find the information. And lastly, regarding Southgate Parkway, and I'm only going to bring it up now because I don't think I'm going to be here for the end when it's open to all questions, but I think it's nice, but I'm a cyclist and I'm a runner, and I guess my question to you is, or my plea perhaps, is that it really needs to be maintained better because there's debris in the bike lanes. And if you're a cyclist, and because it is tight because of the cobblestones, if you have to move out of the way for any type of debris, you could easily like go into a car. There's really not a lot of room to move. So that's just one of my points. And also the sidewalks, because there's certain parts of the sidewalks that with the snow, they aren't maintained. And I know people are walking in the street there on Southgate. So
You're at your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it is pretty narrow. So the maintenance would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Hedzina again. I'm just wondering, as a side, could you turn up the heat a little bit? I don't know if it's just me.
No, I'm cold
but
too.
I think a few of us are a little chill
Believe me,
here.
it's plenty hot up here.
No, I'm
But if someone could turn it up, that would be appreciated, I
Yes.
think.
Sitting on my hands.
The one thing that I wasn't going to talk about, but I've heard it from some of these people in the areas that they're in. I was reminded of when the Moore Estate came into existence. It spans both the left and right side of Woodland Avenue. And there were people like Stanton Peele and Mary Arnold, and even some of you will know Lynn Siebert, that said the Moore Estate should not be built on the side where Lewanika is because there's wetlands, and there are wetlands there. As a matter of fact, there's a sewer line that goes to the wetlands that sometimes spews out sewage. But and I see you're fixing it. Thank you very much after 30 some odd years. But the point is, the Moore Estate Homeowners Association had to, when they were going to the planning board, a lot of those people that I just mentioned said that there's a high water table. And they were right. And so what happened after those townhouses were built over on the Davenport side, a lot of the association had to spend a lot of money to dig up around those foundations and support them and whatever they do to those foundations, and they do have sub pumps that run continuously, even over in the affordable housing side. So I'm wondering if, when some of these properties do have wetlands, did the township ever take into consideration that there might be a high water table, and actually if people have basements, they will be flooded?
Thank you. See,
Close.
is there a motion to close the public comment?
It's virtual.
There's nobody, no.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a number of comments, including the resident who lives across the street. I think Mr. Goldberg, and there was another resident who asked about sort of what's the wisdom of including this property in the plan. The genesis is that the developer had approached the township regarding this site. And ultimately, it was deemed to be an appropriate location for a small, it's only 15 total units, townhouse project at a relatively low density that would indeed contribute towards the township's fourth round plan. And we were looking for units in any which way we can. And the appropriateness was largely in recognition of the mixed-use nature of James Street in the area and the fact that there was precedent for multifamily townhouse projects already existing along this particular street. And now, obviously, the residents may not agree with that, but that is the rationale that went into including the site in the plan. There was a question about wetlands and the impacts of wetlands. And certainly, this is an issue that the developer is going to have to address if there are indeed wetlands. I'm not aware, or we're not aware, the professionals, of any formal delineation that was shared with us. Although we heard that this site was close to areas which may be wetlands, if the developer pursues an application, if this ordinance is adopted, they're going to need a formal letter of interpretation from the state, and they'll be bound by the state regulations. And if they basically, there are areas of the site that can't be accommodated because of that, it will be reflected, and they may not be able to get the yield that we otherwise allow. It's just permissive in the plan, and ultimately that will be addressed again if this ordinance is passed at the time of site plan approval, and detailed engineering and studies and LOIs and stormwater management and all that is addressed. Again, this is only the stage of the putting the zoning in place, which again is just permissive. And the last planning issue that I have was the issue of master plan consistency was brought up again with this site. Just one other point that I didn't mention before is that the township next year actually is due to do a new master plan. So it's a very kind of pertinent and timely question. But it'll come as no surprise to the public that the township has been sort of dealing with the housing plan over the course of the next 2 years. And if we can, ultimately, put that past us, then they can move forward with a master plan, which will be addressed. But I will say again that in terms of master plan consistency, because this site is in the recently adopted amended housing element and fair share plan, which is part of the master plan, again, a week ago, it was deemed consistent with the master plan that's in place today. And those are essentially the planning issues that I had, Mayor. I don't know if I missed anything. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Vooch, anything about the wetlands, or you not big?
Yeah, I can speak to them. So, echoing what Mr. Phillips just said, there will be an in-depth regulatory process that they'll have to adhere to in an application process. Currently, DEP's guidance documentation anticipates wetlands predominantly to the west of the subject property in the rear yards of the homes on Old Harder Road. There is a isolated water body in that area that likely, based on visual observation, it's likely a habitat to some extent, and then has surrounding wetlands that go generally north to south, which would be along the rear property line and down towards the corner, the southeast corner. During that process, any existing delineations on any of these surrounding properties are the resources of DEP, along with the obligation of the applicant to identify any on-site and off-site wetlands that may have permitting impacts. So the transition areas, which are what we term the buffers to a wetland, are either 150 feet or 50 feet based on exceptional or ordinary resource value. So those would be the buffers to those wetland flags when they're delineated. The development pattern on the site over the last 10 years in aerial review is relatively stable to the areas that were previously disturbed. The exception, what I'd say, is the southerly lot line to, I believe, the resident here at 293. The adjoining lot to those wooded areas, it looks like there was some front yard activity that occurred, front and side yard activity that occurred on the subject lot, and that has then revegetated in that area. If any of that was in a transition area, historically that's part of the look back by DEP when they go through the permit process. So some of those quote unquote past sins that might have existed would be considerations by DEP in their full review of the application and permitting of the site. With respect to groundwater, the presence of wetlands, also with it comes the presence of high groundwater table. So when we see wetlands in the area, it's anticipated that you're going to have a high groundwater table. When you don't have wetlands, you can still have high groundwater table based on geology and other stormwater runoff and soil conditions. The sites that we're talking about in these ordinances, including this site, all of them are anticipated to be major developments in stormwater management, which means that there are required obligations of investigation for the soil, what underlying soils are on the site, where the groundwater table is established at the seasonal high and the active groundwater table, and then design of any of the stormwater solutions has to accommodate for that. When there is shallow groundwater, it restricts the ability to design a compliant site and then further restricts the development density. So inherently those constraints of the stormwater management play with the other environmental constraints to kind of self-regulate the appropriate density to the site, further reducing the density potential from the zoning rights of the site.
Thank you. The question that was asked about any small available lots of land, I don't think the township has any other acreage, like,
When we went through the exercise, when we got to 375, or the 575, we went through every single
Right.
parcel was
Right.
there. And, there was, very, very little that,
Right.
Wasn't accounted for.
Right.
Right,
It has to be
exactly.
a certain acreage in order to even be considered for
Right.
possibly
Right.
for affordable
Right.
housing. I forgot the exact number, but a couple acres, is it?
Mr. Phil spent hours, I mean, decades.
I mean, we could have put them right out on the front lawn here, according to the state. We could have put 20 townhomes. They thought that was available land in front of town hall. Schools. Yeah. Oh, and okay, and the school issue that was raised again. One of the things I want everybody to understand too, because like we said, the state, this is not an issue, like the state says, whatever happens. So it raises the number of kids going to the schools. You have to accommodate. It's kind of like years where there, more often in the past than now, there were a lot of kids like coming up, and all of a sudden schools needed a lot more room. And then 15 years later, 20 years later, the numbers went way down. There's surrounding municipalities that closed schools, closed grammar schools because they didn't need them. Well, guess what? With this happening to those towns, can you imagine they might have to open up schools that they had to close because if they had to accommodate more kids. But I do meet with Dr. Mucci, the superintendent of schools, and we talk about this stuff. They have a big referendum coming up, so I keep asking what that number is. They don't know yet. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff they need to do. They need to improve a lot of schools, but we will address that issue. It's like the best answer I can give you right now on how we accommodate that, but we all make it work. It's what we have to do.
Mayor, also, with the school district, we provide them information every year on what developments are going on. So they're doing 5-year projections for their student population and what the needs are going to be. So that has always been an ongoing process with the township and Morristown and the school district so that they can properly plan in doing their projections of future use for the schools and how many students are going to be there. And as you said, now looking at that, they have a large referendum coming up to do some expansions. That more information will be coming out on that, but it'll be, I believe, in September.
Yep. Any other comments from the dais?
Just real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just real, I'll only be a moment. But no, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to yield to the professional.
There was a question with respect to, it was a resident on Blackberry Lane again, with respect to at the site plan stage, when will we be notified?
Mm-hmm.
And to reiterate, the municipal land use law requires 10 days notice on public hearings for land development applications, but the township strives to, pursuant to a resolution, voluntarily increase the period of time on those notices, but also applications, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe once they are deemed complete, application materials start to make their way to the website well in advance of hearings, even well in advance of 10 days or 21 days prior to any hearing before any site plan, any site plan hearing before the planning board. So the short answer is, if and when it happens, there'll be several weeks, if not longer, that people will be aware of an application that has been brought before the planning board of this township. And I think there was there was a reference to most of the sites being on the eastern portion of the township. Obviously, the Sussex Avenue site is not. There are other sites in the third round, including the aforementioned 100% 50-unit project that is not on the east side of the municipality. And I believe that others are correct when they say that the projects have been generally dispersed throughout the township.
That's correct.
I'm sorry for.
Thank you. No, that was
Thank
good.
you, Mr.
I just have a comment and a quick question, because it seems to me, in hearing what the residents are saying, about this being wetlands and a high water table, and the fact that this is a very small piece of property, and I'm hearing that of any of the projects that we're talking about tonight, this is, if any of them are going to fall through for whatever reason, it's going to be this one. Because there may not be, as Mr. Warner had said, it may not be viable if once, DEP starts taking a real hard look at this, and whether the builder can have the density that they're expecting. So I guess the question that I have is, if for some reason, if we pass this tonight, and if for some reason an application comes before the township to build 15 units and it falls through, what does this mean for our fourth round obligation?
First of all, the obligation, the prospective need obligation, the number does not change. Is it conceivable that, for example, this project were to end up having hypothetically 10 units and not 15, and maybe, right now it's a 3-unit obligation for affordables. So even then, they may have a 3-unit obligation, but regardless, if for anything causes us to lose 1 or 2, or I believe it's 3 units anticipated affordable units, we would have to make up those 3 units otherwise. I'm not going to say elsewhere, I'll say otherwise. Because it may be a different location, it may be a mechanism that potentially does not require construction. That's to be determined. But the obligation, sorry, that's the word, obligation, continues.
And I think that's important for the public to understand because we don't know what's going to be behind any of this. So who knows?
And we may not know. I mean, again,
Right.
the zoning is permissive, right? The township's not building it, it's permissive, and a developer will either come forward with a plan or not come forward with a plan. And there, as Mr. Warner said, there's a midpoint review after 5 years. If there's no application, we're simply going to say that based on the information that we have available to us, this zoning remains viable because we don't have any information on wetlands or anything else that says you can accommodate less units, because the concepts that we were working with that which were presented by the developer did not show any wetlands impacts on the site. And it's going to be what it's going to be, and it may not have to totally resolve itself potentially until after 2035 if there's no additional information or a site plan application that's filed between now and then. So it remains to be seen.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other comments?
Yes, Mayor. If I could ask one of the planners to opine on two things, and then I will follow up with another question. One is the definition of OSGU, because I'm not sure that the public fully understands what the OSGU zone actually means. It's not truly open space. And second, to also talk about the fact that the parklands and the open spaces that Morris Township does own, you know, this relates to the question about, does Morris Township own any parcels that could be built on? Morris Township is 27%, maybe we're up to 28% preserved open space, which we're very proud of. But to have the planner opine on the fact that we cannot use that for affordable housing, and on the fact that it actually helped us reduce our obligation by having so much open space. Thank you.
So you're correct that we did, back when we were basically challenging the number that was provided to us with the 571 units, we did a complete inventory of all the properties in the township, including those that are municipally owned. And as you know, Jeff, many of those sites that the township owns are dedicated for recreational use, and much of it through Green Acres, and that allowed us to eliminate those particular sites. And as I mentioned, most of the land owned by the township was accounted for, and we were able to basically convince Fair Share Housing and the court that those properties should not be included in the vacant land analysis, which was the genesis for the 571 units. With regard to the OSGU zoning, Jeff, and I just want to make it clear that this site is not an OSGU zone site. It's an RA35 zone site. But OSGU stands for Open Space Governmental Use, and it allows for a variety of public uses, including, you know, parklands, recreational lands. I believe schools are a conditional use within the district. I think golf courses and country clubs are permitted use. So it's basically reserved for what it says, open space and governmental use. And it covers, as you mentioned, a large segment of the geographic area of the township.
Great, thanks. And my question is, per the discussion of the wetlands that might be surrounding the property, and Mr. Phillips made a comment about the yield, and our engineer, Mr. Vuch, commented about reduced, building envelope possibility. When we go to the site plan review, or when the site goes to site plan review, and there is a wetlands issue, and the envelope for building does get reduced, I see in the ordinance in section 3, paragraph D, item number 1, it says the maximum development yield will be 15 units. A minimum of 3 units shall be set aside for low and moderate income households. So if the yield on the property gets reduced to, instead of 15, 12, 11, whatever the number might be, is the 3 units of low and moderate income housing still an obligation for the site, no matter what the building envelope turns out to be?
The short answer is yes, and we drafted the ordinance purposefully to require those units, notwithstanding that there may be some constraints that might reduce the total yield otherwise.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, may I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 08-26?
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Gazelle,
Yes.
Mr. Ravitz.
Yes.
Mr. Janata,
Yes.
Mayor Gariglia.
Yes. I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 08-26 approved and adopted, and direct the Township Clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the Township website or as otherwise required by law. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance number 09-26 into the record.
09-26, amending Chapter 95, zoning of the Code of the Township of Morris by adding the S, and H zone and adopting associated regulations for Old Turnpike, Block 8602, Lot 10.
Ms. Laney, can I have a brief overview, please?
Sure. So for Old Turnpike, Block 8602, Lot 10 is just over half an acre. It's the former home, I think, of the tea room. It was owned by the township, or is this? Okay. It backs up to Dunkin' Donuts, single-family homes face Langdon Lane. The railroad tracks separate it from development to the north, including the Red Bulls facility, north and east, single-family homes, and the Country Club golf course. These types of facilities, a group home, are designed to look like single-family detached homes. They are permitted as of right statewide in all residential zones per the state law. However, this is in the B11 zone, and as such, we needed to write zoning to permit this type of facility. It would be a 5-bedroom group home. We would get 5 affordable housing credits for the 5 bedrooms. And because it's a special needs, we actually get 5 bonus credits. So the home would yield 10 affordable credits. Currently, the contemplated operator would be Community Hope. That would be serving adults with disabilities.
Thank you. May I have a motion to open the public hearing on ordinance number 09-26?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Goldberg?
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. If someone can answer this during the answer portion of this, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of public commentary on this particular lot, but it's my understanding, and I may be incorrect, that whether the township is still the owner of this tract of land or it's already been sold to another organization or another entity. I believe we paid $700,000 for it back in 2021. So if it has been sold, wondering if we took a profit on it, or we sold it are we donating it, or whatever it may be. So if any elaboration can be made on that. And then also to Mr. Grazel's point, and then some elaboration from Mr. Phillips on open space government use. Maybe I misheard earlier, but I believe, and if you could correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Phillips, but part of the Sussex Ave issue on tonight's agenda, I thought someone had said that part of that was open space government use. And then also we did touch on St. Elizabeth's this evening, which I believe is also open space government use. If not, if you could clarify with that learning institution, it would not apply. But to the point also raised by the some members of the township committee and also the planners, as we look across town, we have 4 acres as just sitting right there on the old Honeywell site that we've been told is going to be a recreational field at some point in the time. And that's been sitting there laying fallow for, I don't know, 6 years, maybe more, 5 years. So I haven't heard any hide nor hair of any development coming there. I know it is, if it's designated for recreational, are there any powers within the processes and procedures we have here in the township to rezone that, to consider that? I could also say the same for Bilecki Field. I know it's a field. I think I've seen some field hockey practice on it, maybe, I don't know, 10 times over my course of 30 years here in passing by. So that also seems to be a very underutilized tract of land, and wondering if, when you did this vacant land analysis, if there was anything that would allow you to have considered that, or to have changed anything here with how we have things zoned, or any prior agreements made to make those lands eligible that are along that corridor where this old turnpike is located, and also feeding into the Madison Avenue corridor study that was referenced earlier. And then if there is any update on that 4 acres that's sitting there on the Honeywell site, whether there'll be shovels in ground, a plan put forward, anything, I think that would be certainly good to know as we look at open acreage across the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members of the public and no hands raised, is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Thank you, Mayor. So, in answer to some of Mr. Goldberg's comments, he's indeed correct. The bulk of the rabbinical college site on Sussex Avenue is zoned and was zoned OSGU. A part of that was rezoned by an earlier action this evening for inclusionary housing. The point I was making in answer to Mr. Grayzel's question was that I just wanted to make it clear that the site that we were considering as part of the public hearing, which was James Place, was an RA 35 zone, not an OSGU zone. That was the only point I was making. But you are correct that a portion of the rabbinical college was previously OSGU, and part of that campus will remain OSGU, as was articulated by Ms. Laney earlier. You talked about St. Elizabeth. The only clarification is that the bulk of their lands remain OSGU, but the land, portion of those lands fronting on Punch Bowl Road were rezoned as part of our third round housing plan to permit an inclusionary development with an affordable housing set aside. That's the only caveat. They are no longer zoned OSGU because they helped assist us in our third round housing plan. I really, Mr. Goldberg, don't have anything to add about the municipally owned properties that you cited. All I can say is that when we did the detailed analysis way back when we were trying to get our 571 number down, it was my recollection, and Mr. Quinn can comment, that most of the municipal lands were either deed restricted or they were actively used for some municipal purpose. Whether it be the municipal building or some other utility owned by the municipality, they were accounted for, and that's all I can recollect. So I can't speak to the specific sites. And the other two, who owns now and financial considerations, I'll defer to Mr. Quinn on that with regard to the Old Turnpike Road site.
The Old Turnpike Road site was sold to Community Hope for $700,000, and that transition took place Friday. So they are now the owner of the property. So the $700,000 we spent, we have received back that $700,000.
I'm sorry, we received back.
$700,000.
But the contract was underway a long time ago, and it was a funding issue from the state that why it sold.
Right.
Correct. And the other thing he's talking about are recreation facilities, and township committee is not going to move forward on recreation facilities. We have done things on Prescott Road. We have permits there this past fall for flag football and other things that we've permitted. So it's, has potential plans for down the road, but like everything else, it's, needs funding and everything else. And there's a couple other playgrounds in front of it that will probably take place before that's fully developed as a recreation field. But there is some recreation taking place now.
Seeing nobody else who would like to speak, is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
May I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 09-26?
So moved.
Mayor, are we going to have a comments period?
Can we just do it?
You have a
from the-
question? Do you have a
from the-
question or comment?
From the
Or-
dais? I have a couple of remarks, yes, if I could. Thank you. So, Blakecki Field was brought up. It was one of the things that I had mentioned when these discussions happened 2 years ago, but it's a preserved field, preserved open space. And if I am correct, maybe one of the planners can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we wanted to turn that into a developable lot, we would have to find 4 times as much open space to replace it. That's a 4-to-1 ratio. When you try to unredeem preserved open space to make it usable again for another use, it's a 4-to-1 ratio of what you have to replace it with. And the comment that the field by Honeywell is laying fallow, that's not correct, because it's taken a couple of years for the field to settle, for the grass to grow, and such. And to use that parcel for affordable housing would add to the affordable housing that's already on the Honeywell site. They already have a portion of that site that's already affordable housing, along with Old Turnpike Road being the affordable housing or the use that we're using it for. That would be a huge amount of affordable housing in one location in Morris Township. So I don't think that's a reasonable approach either. And lastly, my only last comment is, I said this from the dais before, I am so proud of Morris Township for putting in housing that is for the special needs community. We've done it before. We did it at the Colgate site with 6 units up there. We've done it at the Ketch Road site, and now we're doing it on Old Turnpike Road. There is a tremendous need for special needs housing in the state of New Jersey, and Morris Township is one of the few communities that I know of that actively pursues making that part of our housing formula. So very proud that we're including this particular project in our solution to the affordable housing crisis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Committeeman Grazel. Any other comments from the dais? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 09-26?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Janata?
Yes.
Mr. Ravitz?
Yes.
Mr. Gazelle?
Yes.
Mayor Gurglia?
Yes. I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 09-26 approved and adopted, and direct the Township Clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the Township website or as otherwise required by law. Madam Clerk, please read the title of ordinance 10-26 into the record.
10-26, an ordinance of the Township of Morris, Morris County, New Jersey, adopting the amended Mount Kimball Avenue redevelopment plan regarding the property identified on the Township's tax map as Block 5506, Lot 25, 95 Mount Kimball Ave, and Block 5605, Lots 5, 6, 7, and 8, 102, 106, and 108 Mount Kimball Ave, pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, NJSA 40A 12A-1.
Ms. Laney, can we have a brief overview of
Sure.
ordinance 10-26?
Okay, so this is 95 Mount Kimball amended redevelopment plan. As noted, block 5506, lot 25, and block 5605, lots 5 through 8. It's 9.2 acres. It was a third round site, and a redevelopment plan was done almost 10 years ago to permit a mix of development of multifamily and townhomes that would yield 23 affordable housing units. Development did not happen on that site, and we were one of the objections that we got over the summer was from a prospective purchaser, a new prospective purchaser of the site, and one of their aspects of their challenge was that the redevelopment plan in place did not work. And that seemed to be the case, as nothing had happened on the site. And just to note, this is the former Atlantic Health rehab building. So what this is amended redevelopment plan. It will permit 139 sort of multifamily and townhomes and 23 affordable housing units. And again, this is consistent with our third round plan and is, was a resolution of a challenge that we received over the summer.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to open the public comment on ordinance number 10-26?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Goldberg?
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. Questions for, I guess, the planners or the township committee or anyone who could answer these questions. I know in looking at this, so my first question is, in looking at the plans and tying them back, it's hard for me to tell what was actually amended between this plan and the last plan. So if someone could actually go over what those amendments were and what was actually amended, I think that would be helpful for the purposes of the public, whether it's at a high level or granular level. I think it would be appreciated. In terms of the actual redevelopment plan, it's broken up into, Mount Campbell Ave apartments and Mount Campbell Ave townhouse sections. I did notice for the apartments, there's actually a 0-foot setback, which I've never really actually seen before, given that it straddles the township and the town right there. So if you could speak to that 0-foot setback, and then I think there's even language in there that may allow it to straddle and even go into Morristown. I was actually here about 10 years ago, I think, when Mayor Doherty came to a meeting here, and there was supposed to be some sort of coordination between the town and township to get this done. So I'd be interested to learn if we did cooperate with Morristown or what Morristown's role in this, and if they're comfortable with having a 0-foot setback or anything straddling into their town. And then the difference between the bulk standards for the apartments and for the townhouses, I noticed 60% impervious coverage for the townhouses is allowed and 40% for the apartments, 20% building coverage for the apartments, and 40% building coverage for the townhomes. If you could just elaborate as to the rationale behind that. I did also see that I believe there were going to be stacked housing units, which I thought we were trying to get away from. As a township, I may be misconstrued on that. So if you could just talk to the nature of the stacked units and why that was sort of viewed as appropriate. And then it also in section 6A, it says the township committee will serve as the redevelopment entity. If you could just elaborate on that. I mean, like it was mentioned earlier, I don't think that the township is in a position of being the developer on that. So maybe they turn it over immediately to a developer. So any comment on what that redevelopment entity constitutes? There were also some other actions that were sort of vague, or they're at least touted as needing to be addressed in terms of infrastructure, environmental remediation, vacating any public utility easements or other easements in the right of way, and then also streetscapes and sidewalks along that, the Mount Campbell. Again, I think when the area need of redevelopment issue was sort of issued, it was declared that the stuff in the township was an area in need of redevelopment, but the stuff in Morristown was sort of not in need of redevelopment. It was rehabilitatable. It could be rehabilitated. And then, really, I've never seen 0% setback or even another sort of application or plan where it does straddle into Morristown. And interested in what cooperation and the extent to that we're partnering with Morristown or what their involvement, if any, is with this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See,
I'm not leaving.
that's okay. Take your time. Take your time.
Julie Hobart, 210 Mount Kimball Ave. Obviously, I live right down the road. I was just wondering, has there been any conversation with Atlantic Health and possibly building affordable housing for their workers, like the low-income workers, and obtaining affordable housing units that way? Putting up another really nice building, pretty much in the same footprint.
Thank you.
So.
Seeing no other persons here in public and no hands raised, is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
I don't know if I can keep up with the speed of Mr. Goldberg's comments.
I have them all here.
I think I got most of it.
I have them all, I think.
Essentially, the key change here was an increase in the total number of units. And just to provide some framework for that is, as Ms. Laney mentioned, there was a challenge because our existing plan, which was in place for just short of 10 years, produced no units. No developer felt that it provided any kind of feasible method by which to meet that plan. And ultimately, when we went to a mediation, Fair Share Housing agreed. And indeed, we came up with a compromise where we increased the total number of units from 115 to 139. I will say that 139 number is less than what the developer was looking for. But that is the essential change. There may have been, Mr. Goldberg, a tweak to the coverage just based on a concept. They may have needed a little bit of cushion, is my recollection on the coverage issue. With regard to the 0-foot setback, that's not a change from the existing redevelopment plan. That was in place. There was always some contemplation because the Atlantic Health holdings, including the building, span both municipalities. So what this plan does right now is it keeps that 0-foot setback, and that 0-foot setback would allow for a comparable development to continue into the town of Morristown, if Morristown so chooses to pursue that. And I will say that the entity controls lands in both municipalities, so that would make sense to do that. But again, there's no change from the existing plan. The issue of stacked townhouses were or are allowed under the current redevelopment plan that we're amending, and that would be on the what I refer to as the lower side or south side of the site. So there's no change in that product. It is allowed now. There are some references to language in the plan about the redevelopment entity reference. That's no change from the existing plan. It's just that the township committee would act as the redevelopment entity representing the township on the redevelopment of the site. Since it is subject to a redevelopment plan, it doesn't mean that the township is doing any act of redevelopment. It's just acting as the entity. And I think the plan, as I recall, provides for a redevelopment agreement between the developer and the township committee and the township. And the reference to redevelopment entity is just that the township committee would fulfill that role in terms of being the representative in the agreement with the developer. There was other language that is cited in the plan about easements and utilities. I think Mr. Goldberg did that. We didn't change at all. That was in the existing plan. We didn't change that. Again, the major change was an increase in the number of total units.
And about the question about Atlantic Health and,
Yeah, I'm not aware. I didn't participate in any separate conversations with Atlantic Health representatives about doing any kind of development outside what's in this redevelopment plan. I don't know if anyone else did, but certainly.
but I thought even with the affordable housing, you couldn't designate it to be Atlantic Health.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't.
I was going to mention that in order for any of the units that are in our plan to count towards our obligation, they have to be what's called affirmatively marketed, which means they have to be marketed in our region, which is 4 counties, Warren, Union, Morris, and Essex, in a variety of ways. That's in the plan that an ordinance that was adopted earlier tonight. But if Atlantic Health had pursued that and had pursued housing for some of their employees, we would not have gotten any affordable housing credit for it.
Okay, thank you.
So that's
Mr.
correct.
Warner?
As far as the workforce housing, even separate and apart from Atlantic Health, would not necessarily, wouldn't constitute affordable housing for purposes of us meeting our need, the obligation. It was somewhat interesting because some challengers appointed to the site as not having been developed in an effort to try to get densities much higher than they otherwise ultimately got, or to get in our plan to develop sites that are not going to be developed. But one of the challengers was a challenger saying this is a viable site. It does provide a realistic opportunity for the creation of affordable housing. It just needs to be modified. And as Mr. Phillips said, their efforts to modify it fell far short of what they sought. And ultimately, it was only a 24 unit, there goes that math again, 24 unit maximum increase in the number of units in our township. And the project, or I should say the zoning provides for a project that either stands alone in our township or, as Mr. Phillips said, would cross the municipal boundary line into Morristown and be comparable on that side as well. And that ultimate determination will be made probably in part by what happens to Morristown in their efforts to meet their obligation and ultimately what they are ordered to do. But either way, the project, the zoning provides for realistic opportunity for the development of affordable housing, and the court has already ruled as such. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the dais? Mr. Grace?
Yes, I have one. Thank you. Just to add to the question about whether Atlantic Health could have workers in that affordable housing and the comments from the planners about that. We've talked earlier tonight about the many failures of this affordable housing mandate from the state of New Jersey, that we can't look at the number of school children, we can't look at traffic. There's a lot of things we can't look at. And one of the failures in my mind is that there's what I call local preference. I think that all of these affordable housing requirements in each of the municipalities should have a local set aside for our first responders, our police, our young policemen who are joining the force, our firefighters, our teachers, who all support the community. It's my opinion, and I've shared that with state legislators, that we should be setting aside some of these affordable housing for people who live and work in our community and support our communities, so they don't have to travel the long distances that they do to get to their jobs, which reduce traffic on the road, reduce pollution, to have all of these essential workers travel less distances. But in my opinion, it's another failure by the state in this affordable housing mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 10-26?
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Ravitz,
Yes.
Mr. Gazelle,
Yes.
Mr. Janata,
Yes.
Mayor Gurglia.
Yes. I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 10-26 approved and adopted, and direct the township clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the township website or as otherwise required by law. Madam Clerk, please read the title of the last ordinance, 11-26, into the record.
11-26, amending Chapter 95, zoning, and Chapter 57, land development of the Code of the Township of Morris.
Ms. Laney?
Okay, these are ordinances that deal with affordable housing regulations and the development fee ordinance that are statewide. They are ordinances that exist in our code currently, but one of the statewide regulations, the Uniform Housing Affordability Controls, were amended in December. And as a condition of our settlement agreement with Fair Share Housing Center, and also as part of the court order, we had to amend our existing affordable housing ordinance and our existing development fee ordinance to be consistent with the new state law, as well as the amended Fair Housing Act. So these are, what you have before you is actually a model ordinance that was approved by, or was prepared, I think, by an organization called the Affordable Housing Professionals of New Jersey. It was signed off on by Fair Share Housing Center. For all intents and purposes, it's a model ordinance. And we just have adapted this model ordinance for Morris Township.
Thank you. May I have a motion to open public comment for ordinance number 11-26?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this? Seeing none and seeing no hands raised, is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, there is. All in favor?
Aye.
Any further discussion? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 11-26?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Gazelle,
Yes.
Mr. Janata,
Yes.
Mr. Ravitz,
Yes.
Mayor Gariglia.
Yes. I, Donna J. Gariglia, Mayor, declare ordinance number 11-26 approved and adopted, and direct the township clerk to publish proper notice thereof on the township website or as otherwise required by law. At this time, we have concluded consideration of the affordable housing resolutions and ordinances. We now will consider Resolution 67-26, appointing an individual to temporarily fill the vacant committee seat of Committeeman Mark Jorfy. This time, I'd like to nominate Samantha Rothman to fill the vacant position of Township Committee member. Is there a second?
I second it.
Are there further nominations?
Yes, Mayor, can you list the three names that were floated so the public knows who we're voting on?
Samantha Rothman, Jeremy Godwin. I'm sorry, Jeremy, you're right here. And Jeremy Godwin and Stephanie Lyon.
Mayor, may I just jump in real quick?
Yes.
Because Committeeman Rozelle mentioned floated. We had a vacancy in our township committee, and it's controlled by statute on how that vacancy is filled. Since it was a Democratic committeeman who left, the Democratic committee submitted three names to the township committee. The township committee can only select one of those three names. So these nominations are not just being nominated from the floor. These are names that came from the Democratic committee to fill a Democratic seat on the committee. If the township committee does not pick one of the three names, it then goes back to the Democratic committee for a selection to the township committee.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, Mr. Cantor, this is state statute. We're not making this up, right?
No, this is a state statute, Committeeman Grayzo. This is how the vacancy law operates in New Jersey, and again, it's temporary. Upon the general election in November, whoever wins that election will be sworn in following the election.
Not following the election.
Yeah. Yeah, not January, following the election.
Oh, following the election.
On the
We're gonna have to
certification
admit
of
to
the
that.
election results. Yeah.
So it's getting
So
late.
This is only to fill the vacancy until the general election in November, which upon that election being certified, the new committeeman will be
Correct.
sworn in.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. With that said, I would like to nominate Jeremy Godwin.
Is there a second? Hearing none, we'll move forward with Samantha Rothman. Madam Clerk, please read Resolution 67-26 into the record, and then we will take a roll call vote.
The title?
Yeah.
Okay. A resolution appointing Stephanie Rothman.
No.
Oops. Sorry. Samantha Rothman to temporarily fill the vacant committee seat of committee member Mark Jorfy, effective immediately upon adoption.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
You need a motion.
Oh, may I have a motion to approve Resolution 67-26?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Janata,
Yes.
Mr. Ravitz,
Yes.
Mr. Gazelle,
Yes.
Mayor Griglia.
Yes. Resolution 67-26 is approved. We appreciate everybody who came out, and congratulations to Samantha Rothman. Public commentary. There are currently 18 members of the public joining us on Zoom. We will now open the meeting to the public comment portion for general commentary. We'll take comments from in-person attendees first and then switch over to Zoom. Please state if you're a resident or non-resident for speaking. These comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. If you have questions you would like answered, your remaining time to speak will be yielded back to you for this purpose. Is there a motion to open public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Pam Russell, I have a couple follow-up questions on 100 Southgate. Was the national gas pipeline included in the calculation of developable area? I didn't get an answer, and it doesn't seem like it was. The second question is there a concept plan that the township has received from Toll Brothers that I can see? Is there a concept plan for the property that I can see that the town has? And then my third question, which really relates to 291 James Street, the planner had said that the concept plans of the developer did not show wetlands. But if that turns out to be wrong going forward, then, it would be a lower amount of units. Don't you have to check that if the wetlands are correct on the concept plan? And that's all. And then in general, my comment is I cannot believe the amount of rezoning that was done in one night in one meeting. I think is completely insane.
We can answer these questions.
Let's wait to the end of public comment and do the same thing.
Do the same thing? Okay. All right. Thank
Still
you.
a lot of members of the public here.
Okay. Is there anyone else here who would like to come to the podium?
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. First of all, I'd like to thank former Committeeman Jorfi, who's not here with us tonight, but for his years of service on the Township Committee and to the community, and also with his service to the local fire department as well. So he's certainly given back a lot to the community and wish him well on new endeavors. To Mr. Phillips, I'd like to thank him for his years of service to the Township Committee. I've learned a lot from him over the years. I appreciate seeing him here this evening. I realize, sometimes you just never know. Maybe I'll see him here in the future, maybe not. But if not, Mr. Phillips and Paul, thank you so much for all your years of service to the township. Again, there's been a lot of experiential learning that I've experienced through listening to you elaborate on things over the years. So thank you for all your service to the township community. And to the community, and then to the full Township Committee, thank you for your service. I know it's a difficult spot to be in tonight. It's a little understood topic. There's a lot of different things going on at a lot of different levels, at the state level, the legislature, what you're required to do. Again, it's always frustrating for the residents to have to sort of learn about all this and try to get up to speed on it. It can be a lot of information to digest. I know. I think you come up to this with all good intentions. So thank you for your service in bringing this to us. And, all we can potentially ask for is to improve the process going forward. Over communication on these things, tends to prevent some of the things that happened here earlier this evening. So thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions and to get some elaboration on them. And thank you all for your time and attention on this important issue that needs the time and attention. And thank you to all the professionals as well for answering the questions throughout the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. We really appreciate it. We know you come to the podium a lot, but appreciate that you come up at the end and offer your comments. Thank you.
Jocelyn Grizzetti, 25 Blackberry Lane. I was just wondering if you could just clarify, because I was hearing about the third round, and what were our totals for that, and what has been developed or what hasn't been developed. If you could just clarify that, and then just so I can kind of get a concept in my head, adding that to the fourth round totals. So how much are we talking? If you can just tell me those numbers. between the two. And then I'm also like a little confused too, because I kind of thought that the affordable housing, it was mentioned, I think, a long time ago, oh, it's for our teachers, it's for our firefighters, young police. And then I heard Mr. Grazel say that it's not for that, and we wish it could have been. So then who is this housing for?
Okay, thank you. Seeing nobody else and no hands raised, we'll go to, what? Oh, is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Warner, are you pulling your mic because you're ready to speak?
Well, yeah, did I gave it away, didn't I?
Yes.
The one question that, primacy, recency. Recency is the last question asked. The last question that was asked was a reconciling the fact that people have talked about affordable housing being for our teachers, our firefighters, our police, at least in part. And then Councilman Grazel's comments. I think the distinction, just to be clear, is that with affordable housing, there's very low, and moderate income housing. And I think a lot of people would equate at least moderate income housing, which is 80% of the average income in the state of New Jersey, roughly, or in this region, as being workforce housing is sometimes used. And maybe that is the type of housing that would equate to some extent with our teachers, our firefighters, our police. But we cannot localize, and that's the difference. We cannot localize and say we give a preference to our townships police and our townships firefighters and our townships teachers. We have to leave it open even beyond the geographic boundaries of our township to anyone who would qualify based on their income to be either very low or moderate income for purposes of essentially a lottery system to get that housing. So hopefully, I think it was Blackberry Lane, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. But, so that's the difference. When we say our teachers, it's meant generally, and beyond the boundaries of our township. Hope that answers that one. The third round totals, I might leave to our planners, but most of the third round, the vast majority has been constructed and is occupied already. We're basically talking about 95 Mount Kemble Avenue, the one that was just done. Talked about the redevelopment plan being increased by 24 units. That project obviously has not come to fruition, at least yet. It didn't come to fruition in the third round. And beyond that, the Sisters of Charity project that was referenced earlier would be roughly, well, not roughly, it would be 33 affordable units, but we get 33 bonus credits, so we get credit for 66, while only 33 would be constructed when that project comes to fruition. I think those are the only two third-round projects that haven't come to fruition yet.
Yeah, I think all, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all the third round sites have either been developed or approved, other than the Sisters of Charity or St. Elizabeth, but that zoning remains in place. That's on Punch Bowl Road.
Correct.
And the 95 Mount Kemble Avenue redevelopment plan that was just amended by the township committee. There was one other site that was part of the third round plan that we eliminated. It ultimately proved not to be viable, and it was eliminated, and that was memorialized in our housing element that we prepared in 2025 and just recently amended.
Correct.
Probably within the last week, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's okay, I think.
The other, you Are you done? The other, Mr. Goldberg, thank you for your kind words. They're much appreciated. And then the other two comments that I had were with regard first to the 100 Southgate, about a concept plan. There were several iterations of a very rough concept plan that was shared with the township's professionals and provided some framework for the zoning that was adopted this evening. And then there was a comment about a utility.
I'm sorry, is that available to the public?
That's not for me to decide.
I would suggest submitting open request to the clerk and we'll review it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then there was a comment about a utility easement. I'm not sure exactly what that was. We're certainly cognizant that there are lands, utility-owned lands along a portion of Laurel Lane.
More specifically, towards the portion that fronts towards Laurel Lane, basically running parallel to Laurel Lane.
Yeah, there's a major national gas pipeline.
Right.
Correct. And the restrictions of that easement are understood by the developer and will be adhered to.
Yep. And the second comment, the last comment that I had was on the 291 James about the wetlands. And again, as I stated previously, that, the issue of the wetlands is going to have to be addressed at some point when detailed engineering and studies are done. But there were no wetlands, as I recall, that was shared with us at the time that a concept plan was reviewed by the township professionals.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted totals for the 2 rounds if possible.
Oh, the 2 rounds. Do you have the 3rd round totals?
The third round obligation was 400 units.
Okay, thank you.
And then what was the 4th round again? I'm sorry.
The 4th round obligation was 375 units.
For a total of my math isn't that good.
Steve will help you.
775.
775.
Yeah, but again, remember, as we stated multiple times before, of that 375, I think it's 172.
Hopefully a bonus
Right.
credits and.
Yeah, only 172 are potential units to be
No,
constructed.
to 35.
And extensions of affordability.
Most of that 375 are the extensions of the affordability controls, extending the existing period of existing affordable housing units, and bonus credits maximized by our planners.
The other thing to note, I'll just say, is the compliance period, because the 3rd round obligations were litigated several times. Our obligation, this 75 unit obligation, extends for a period of 36 years. So it's from 1999 to 2035. So it may seem like a lot, but that's actually a fair amount of time.
The 3rd round was a 26-year, ended up being a 26-year round. This started out, it was supposed to be a 6-year round. That's why you don't predict too much.
Thank you. Are you coming to the podium or no? Okay. What?
You close public.
Oh, we closed public comment. I'm sorry.
I asked, they thought it was open. I apologize. Can I just, if you've closed it, that's fine. It was just a comment about the gas line.
Just real quick.
Okay, real quick. At the Moore Estate, my understanding is that it's probably the same gas line that they're talking about on, yes, thank you. And from my understanding, the Moore Estate Building 44, they have a sidewalk in the back of that building. And I believe when the Wilfs built the Moore Estate and the affordable housing, actually their sidewalk is within the easement of that line. It's very close to the building. So please make sure that the developer, whoever develops that property, pays attention to the easement there with the gas line.
Okay, thank you very much. One last thing I just want to say to Mr. Goldberg. Fortunately for us, I want everybody to realize that Mr. Jorfi is remaining a firefighter. So although we missed him and lost him off the township committee, He will remain doing that. And want everybody to know that at the March 18th meeting, we will recognize and celebrate Mr. Jorfi. With that being said, I think
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
So, second.
the time is now 11:42. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next meeting of the Township Committee will be held Wednesday, March 18th at 7 PM for the regular meeting, 5:30 PM for closed in the municipal building at 50 Woodland Avenue. Thank you all for attending. We really do appreciate it. Have a great night.
You did a good job.